And so everyone, please take your time answering. I don't have a lot of questions. I want you guys to fully don't think that you're taking up another person's time. Because we have, a good 50 minutes. Talk about your story, talk about your work. I'm going to obviously ask as I put down the questions on the group as well. And once again, thank you for taking out the time to do this panel.
And we are live on.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us at the Women in Literature Festival led by Ananke. My name is Safina Danish-Ilahi. I'm a writer and I'm also the founder of Reverie Publishers. We have just launched an anthology called Beyond. And it is a story, it is a collection of short stories from the Salam Award from 2017 to 2022. The Salam Award has been set up by Tehseen Baweja and Usman T. Malik to celebrate speculative fiction writing in Pakistan. We have a panel of these wonderful women writers with us today. We have got Sadia Khatri, Kehkashan Khalid, Jawziya Zaman, Noor Ibrahim, and Zunaira Nadeem with us. I will let them introduce themselves and the work they do before we get into the stories they write and the processes they follow. So we'll begin with you, Noor.
Thank you so much, Safina, for inviting us to this panel and for putting together this collection of stories. It's really exciting to be a part of it. And thank you to the festival for inviting us and organizing this panel. My name is Noor Ibrahim. I'm one of the people in the anthology. My story, A Picture of a Dying World, is also one of the stories. It was a finalist for the Salam Award back in, I believe it was 2017 or 2018. I'm both a speculative writer and a fiction writer, literary fiction writer, and I write a bunch of essays. I'm a journalist by trade and currently working in fact-checking and misinformation on the internet. And after the I'm actually, as of since my last submission, which was this story, after that, Usman and Tehseen invited me to be a part of the Salam Award committee. So I've been working with the Salam Award for the last few years and working with this wonderful group of writers who are also on this panel on bringing together people for workshops, for doing more online stuff, like, building a community of speculative writers within Pakistan and outside Pakistan who focus on issues around Pakistan. And yeah, we're just really excited to be a part of this, and shout out to Tehseen and Usman, who've really built this community from the ground up.
Jawziya, would you like to go next?
Sure, I can go next. Hi, everyone. My name is Jawziya Zaman. Safina, thank you so much for organizing this wonderful panel. And just to echo what Noor said, and I think somebody else in the previous panel was also talking about all these new initiatives happening in Pakistan with related to not just speculative fiction, but just fiction in general. So I think this is a really exciting time for Pakistani writing. And it's nice to feel like a very small piece of what's happening right now. I am in a past life, I used to be a lawyer. I practiced law for a long time, and then realized that that was really not how I was supposed to be spending my time. And so I'm now a full-time academic editor and a writer. I'm sort of all over the place with my writing. I don't really do one genre. The story for this anthology is it's speculative, and I'm working on a couple of other speculative things, but it's not they're sort of like still very much in progress, and I've been working more on fiction and creative nonfiction as well.
Thank you, Jawziya. Kehkashan?
Okay, hi. Yeah, this is really wonderful to be here. I was here in the Ananke Literature Festival last year as well, and I just really love the initiative. And of course, what Reverie is doing in Pakistan. I think that in the last festival, we were talking about how a spec fic publishing isn't that much of a thing in English in Pakistan, and it's really great to see the work Reverie is doing, and wonderful to be part of it as well. So I am a writer and an artist. I'm originally from Karachi, but now I live in Jeddah with my 3 kids. I won the Salam Award in 2019, and since then I have a bit of speculative fiction out in different magazines, and I also have a bit of spec-fic art out in different places, as well as other art like the ZHR cover that I did for Reverie. Yeah, and other than that, as far as my work goes, I work on the editing side of things. So I work part-time as a revisions editor at a publisher called Manuscripts LLC. It's based in the US. And I also started, so Tehseen, who started the Salam Award, recently also created the platform Tasavvur, which is like a magazine for South Asian speculative fiction. And I'm part of that founding team as well as editor there. And recently I also took on the art direction at Tasavvur. So that's that's part of the editing side of things, but that's like more volunteer work. I also volunteer as a slush reader at Clark's World magazine. So those are the 3 or 4 dimensions of my work.
How many hours in a day do you have, Kehkashan?
I honestly don't know.
Sadia, would you like to tell us a little bit?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Really grateful to be here with everyone, and also some of us were in the Salam workshop together. So this is a very nice semi-reunion of that. And thank you, Safina, of course, for doing not just this panel, but a lot of other programming that you've been doing around the cities. It's really nice to be a part and to feel like the community is actually structurally growing. So my name is Sadia Khatri. I'm a writer and a teacher, and I primarily write nonfiction, but I work on some fiction, which isn't all necessarily always speculative. I kind of find it funny that I'm in this crowd because I've never thought of myself as a spec-fic writer, and I don't actually read a lot of speculative fiction unless you're looking at Urdu. I think within Urdu short stories, that genre division isn't so bordered. But most of my fiction tends to be not so speculative. But I published mainly nonfiction essays and personal writing, and a lot of memoir and writing about the city. So that tends to be a big theme in my work, and also for the city of Mitra, which is a kind of a thought experiment of a feminist matriarchal city sometime in the future. That's the story, that part of beyond anthology. And aside from that, I work on archiving and documenting so that's what I'm mostly up to these days, and my writing is very much influenced by those themes of land and mysticism and gender of late. Yeah.
Thank you, Sadia. Zunaira?
Yeah, hi, Safina. Thank you so much for inviting me and everyone else. So a little bit about myself is that I have a literature degree. I spent a lot of my time reading classical literature. And when I looked around me, when I wanted to write, there was a lot of realism, and there still is, and realism is great. I love realism. But in recent years, there has been like this explosion of spec-fic coming out of Pakistan and South Asia, and it's been so refreshing. And of course, thanks to Reverie for publishing this anthology and getting our voices out. And thanks to Salam Award. Actually, the first time I really thought about writing something in the spec-fic genre was when I heard about the Salam Award, because all of a sudden it felt like there's this space where it can actually be just read. I was a finalist in 2020 and 2021, and this short story that's a part of this anthology was my 2020 entry. And since then, I have attended the Salam Award workshop. I have done some volunteer slush reading because Noor and Tehseen invited me to do some reading, and it's been great. And so what I do really is I'm a teacher. I teach undergrad courses at University of Karachi and Institute of Business Administration. And I'm just seeing this overall interest in this genre coming up, and it's a very exciting time, I think, to be thinking about this and to be writing this. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Zunaira. So let's get into the process of writing. With speculative fiction, obviously you don't write from experience. You can put some parts of your experience in a story, but it's not all, like Sadia said, there's a lot of non-fiction writing that she does. So is there a routine you follow? How do you generate ideas for a story? And we'll just go opposite now. If Zanera can begin.
Sure. So a routine, initially when I was writing like a couple of years ago, when I started creative writing really seriously, I would just write when I felt like it or when I thought I had an idea. But over the years, it's occurred to me, and I've learned from a trial and error that a consistent routine is really important. Like I have to carve out a certain time in order to write, and that's the only way it's going to get it done. So this is pretty much my writing process now. I think it's shifted over time, and it's going to be different for newer writers and for people who are a bit more into it. But yes, I think consistency is key. Consistency is really important. And another way that I've sort of is just always to always keep some writing equipment with me at all times, because ideas occur at the strangest times. And it's really important to just hold on to those ideas, because it's when you sit to write, they're not always there. So it's good to just have that little repertoire of places to just pull out those ideas that you had and try to work with that. So that's really it for now, as of now.
Thank you. Sadia?
Hi, yeah, routine, nice topic. I think the tyranny of a deadline is what makes me finish things. So I just keep accepting and taking deadlines, and that's how I get my work done. But when I'm in it, of course, there's a particular way to do it. But it's not the same for fiction, nonfiction. It changes. With nonfiction, I write very haphazardly. For fiction, I write linearly. But I think that differs based on each person. But in terms of how do you get ideas? I journal a lot, and so that becomes a site where I watch my ideas grow and gestate, and I usually tend to sit with something for a while before taking it to the page. And if I have been sitting with something for a while, that's how I kind of know that it will become something. And then during that time of gestation, which sometimes you don't always know it's happening. Sometimes you realize like a year later, oh wait, this is a story that has been growing inside you, or an essay that's been growing inside you. But I tend to do like reading, whatever I'm reading or consuming, what's happening in the world is being absorbed and integrated into. And part of that is, of course, what I'm interested in and invested in at that time. So, the story that I'm working on right now, the stories I'm working on right now very much draw from local folklore and mythology in Pakistan and in South Asia. And that's because I've been very much immersed in those poetic and musical traditions. So, I think it's for me, it's a lot of paying attention to what I am involved in, emotionally, intellectually, spiritually, and then being honest about that, and then being curious about how could that become an essay or a short story. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Kehkashan?
It's, as far as routine goes, it's a little bit tough to find a routine which sticks as a working mom. But I do, what I've learned to do is to give myself a lot of grace. Like what Sadia said, it really resonates with me about gestating the story, like just letting it sit with you and develop on its own. And so I love to do that as well. And I consider everything to be a part of writing. So even if you're just sitting and thinking, it's writing. If you're, if you're reading something, that's also part of it, because it's developing your writing. So I like to read a lot when I can't write, and I like to do my writing in as unhindered a way as possible. So recently I got myself one of those e-typewriters. I don't know if you guys have experienced using those, but like there's an Alpha Smart Neo. It's like a really old electronic typewriter. I mean, I can't do the paper thing. Who's going to look for ribbons and all that? But so with the e-typewriter, you could just sit and you just write, and there's nothing else distracting you, and the keys sound nice. So I mean, it could be sometimes it's a notebook, but whatever it is, that just gives me that feeling of just being free and writing. It also helps me distinguish between the act of writing and publishing, because sometimes when you start publishing, these things tend to get confused, and publishing is a very long journey. It is very confusing. You have to face rejection, and sometimes if your writing gets entangled with it, I tend to personally slow down and get burnt out. So writing in an unhindered way and just giving myself grace helps me separate those two things. As far as ideas go, I recently attended this workshop by Rebecca Treasure. She's the editor at Apex Magazine, and she had a really interesting process that I just learned and I want to share with you guys. So if she thought of a topic, she would start writing things down. So the topic we did in class was spelunking, like cave diving. And so she said the topic out loud, and then she said, okay, write 10 things that come to your mind. And, you know, like we started writing quickly, and then we wrote the first 4 things, first 5 things, and we like slowed down on the 6th thing. And then we really slowed down for the last 3 things. And then when she opened the mic again, she's like, okay, I just want to know those last 3 things. Because you see, what comes to the top of our mind is actually what came to everyone's. Like all of us had very similar ideas for the first 7, but those last 3 where we really brainstormed, really pushed ourselves. What does this remind us of? What do you think our story could be about? Those were some good ideas that we all felt like developing. So I think like really go hard on the brainstorming phase and just like, you know, even if you've picked up ideas from everywhere and you've just been, because ideas can come from anywhere, right? You could be walking, you could see something. Think on that idea a bit more. Don't just go with the first thing that pops into your head. That's helpful for me.
That's very helpful advice, actually. Josiah?
I really love hearing about other people's processes, and I love reading about like writers and their processes, because then you can like avoid writing and feel like you're being really productive when you're actually not really doing much of anything. I think I don't know, I feel like the creative impulse and just the imagination in general is like human, and I'm not really great at having like an organized kind of process for generating ideas, which tend to go in like really different directions depending on whether I'm writing fiction or nonfiction. I really envy like people who have the, like what Zanera was saying about just, you know, sitting down and putting in the time every single day, because I actually do think like routine is really, really important. And that is something I've been really struggling with this year, and it's sort of driving me insane. But I think like most writers, I tend to be most creative when I'm in some sort of a heightened state of noticing the world around me. Because I think a lot of writing, it's not just about making something out of nothing, but it's about sort of looking hard enough so that you find something that's already there, but then you kind of twist it sideways, or you turn it around, or you do something, you take something old and you make it new. And I think there are sort of, you know, a bunch of different ways to get to sort of a heightened state of awareness. I think one of the things that Sadi says that helps me a lot, as well as journaling. Close reading of texts tends to help a lot. Meditating, focusing on objects in the surrounding that may not be otherwise terribly interesting. Being in nature. And I guess what all of these things sort of have in common is like slowing down and just sort of being in your body, and moving from the big to the small. That seems to help for me, because when I think of something as like a story, or like, you know, a complete idea, that tends to just kind of shut me down because I get overwhelmed. So sort of thinking really small and being sort of really slow in terms of my process of noticing tends to help me generate ideas.
I agree. I mean, I love hearing people's processes. I'm like, you know, what can I steal from their routine that can work for me? Noor, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I want to really steal everyone's routines now. It's my process has changed a lot considerably over the years, and it's very different from when I write speculative versus when I'm writing, say, a very long form, more literary piece, because all my speculative work has been short. So I can describe actually in a lot of detail what my main 2 stories, 2 of my stories were finalists for the Salam Award many years ago. And each of those stories started with an image, and kind of like what Josiah was saying, it was an image or something that sort of stuck with me, and that I found like a way to twist it, and then from there I expanded it into something wider, like a real plot or a story around it. The first image that really stuck with me, which was for more of a ghost story, was actually both of my stories were more ghost stories, but it had to do with an air conditioner that made a lot of noise and that broke and sort of kept, collapsing while in this old house. And from that air conditioner, I sort of started writing a ghost story. The second one was a tree that, I had an image of a tree in my head for a very long time. And then I thought of putting that tree in an environment where it shouldn't fit. So like, a tree that's supposed to belong in Punjab, and I put it in the mountains. And I was like, why is this sort of twist happening in the environment around us? And it sort of became an environmental and a ghost story and a story of land and destruction. So those were sort of how I started years and years ago. And now it's become very similar to, I think what Kekashan and others were saying was, I get very burnt out from sitting on the laptop. So I take my notebook and write whenever I can and wherever I can, whether I'm on a train or, rushing from work or doing something or the other. And what really has helped me, and I know routine has been something I resisted for a long time, but because I'm working on a novel these days and it's been a few years of work on it, the only way I could actively get the words down on the page is force myself to write every single day, even if I absolutely hated what I was doing, and even if the words coming out were terrible or useless. And one of the techniques that my friends and I actually love to do is that a group of us now, each month or so, we will email each other either what we've done or a sentence of what we've done or confirmation that we've written something by hand. And we've given each other permission to say, if someone forgets to email, we've given each other permission to call out the other person, being like, where were you? What's going on? I didn't hear from you. And so, and sort of allowing each other to sort of be really strict. And that's actually a few months of that in a row has what has gotten me through like first drafts and gotten me through so many very difficult like writers, which I don't believe in writer's block, but it's gotten me through those stretches where I told myself that I can't write, but I had to force myself. And they weren't good drafts by any means, but they were certainly things that I got done. And to me, that's a success, is if you can get something done or on the page, then that counts for something. So forcing myself was really the way to get through longer stories.
Oh, can I just hop in? I want to like expand on what Noor just said, because I remember seeing on Usman's Twitter like a few days ago where he said he was talking about writer's block and how, I don't know who he quoted. He quoted another author who'd said that if I feel like I'm blocked as a writer, I just lower my writing standards. And I thought that was really good. You just keep writing. It's just, you just doesn't have to be good all the time,
And in a way, writing on paper helps me lower my standards because I'm scribbling so much. And then I know no one's going to read this notebook. When I type it, it feels formal. It feels final. And then I delete and if I delete what I hate, then it feels like the process is interrupted. So the process on the page for me personally is very much, the cutting and the messing around and the bad handwriting and the more illegible handwriting to me is a bit of the process sort of in front of your face.
I just want to add one little thing here to what everyone said, especially to what Gekasha and Noor said. As far as if it's not good work and whatever, what I've learned from not just my experience, but many of my writing friends and colleagues is that, good writing is finished writing. So this is my, the baseline standard I have. If I need to have it finished first, and then I can comment on how good or bad it is, but it's baseline good for me, as long as it's completed. Because like we're all mentioning, we second guess ourselves as writers so much that, oh, this isn't good. Is it even good? And we feel like we don't have a right to write it unless it's very good. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, or we haven't done justice to what it was in our head. But I realize that comes after it's actually been done in some form, even if it's like the world's worst first draft, it's okay. It's a complete draft. So that started to like hold value for me now, in at least self-motivating myself. So I would suggest that that's also like an integral part that, we keep in mind when we're on our writing journeys.
So yeah, that reminds me. Noor kind of mentioned this already, but beta reading. Beta reading is a really important part of the process. I mean, I know Noor has a group that's keeping her accountable, but even if you don't have that, you've got to build some sort of community because writing without a community is very difficult. So just have like 1 or 2 of those people who won't break your spirit, but will tell you honestly what's going on with your story. And then the people you really trust. And yeah.
And the community in this anthology, we already have a big WhatsApp group, and we have a group of other people who submitted to the Salam Award who have sent each other their work and read for each other. And I'm reading for someone, and others are reading for me. And so it's sort of like building that community from the ground up that sort of goes beyond just sitting and looking at, I think to me, it's beyond sitting and looking at panels, but after the panel, people sitting and talking to each other and messaging each other. That's really how writing communities and fellowships are formed in that sense.
Excellent. Yes, I completely agree. And I think as writers, we're quite hard on ourselves as well. Unless, you feel like a finished piece is perfect, like Zunaira just said. We're just, have the imposter syndrome quite often. So this is going to segue into our next question, which, so it was going to be that where do you think genre-wise, because speculative fiction is sort of like a large umbrella, and there are many genres that, are subgenres that come into it. There's horror, fantasy, how do you do world building? And then the next, it's a 2-part question. The next question would be that when do you know a story is complete for you? Noor?
Oh, that's a really hard question because for me, world building, there's some great series on YouTube that I follow very religiously, which I'll send the link. But there's a great series that looks at hard world building versus soft world building. And hard world building is something that you'd see in, say, Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien, where you sort of have this fully formed magical world, political systems, societies explained to you on a map. And then soft world building is perhaps what you'd see more in Studio Ghibli movies, where you're sort of immersed immediately, you're thrown into a world and you just sort of accept that this is a magical system, and it's not necessarily explained to you, but it's sort of more whimsical, it's sort of more flowing, maybe a little bit of Alice in Wonderland in that sense. And I think the few speculative stories that I've written fall in sort of the more soft world building category, because I work off of a feeling and its connection to, say, the connection to the environment and sort of messing with the environment or twisting the environment. Since I joined the Salam committee, I do read a lot of the first round submissions, as the whole committee does. And so many submissions that come from within Pakistan fall within those 2 categories of hard and soft world building. You have people who you can tell are very clearly hardcore sci-fi, fantasy genre readers who are really working hard to sort of build political systems in their world. You'll see them draw from Mughal era. You'll see them draw from, Islamic history and theology, and build stories about jinns. Jinns are obviously very popular within the genre of submissions we receive. And then you'll see people who take on one really strange element, or sort of one element of our day-to-day life in Pakistan. Like the shoe shop jinn from last year was a favorite of mine, because it puts a jinn inside a shoe store in a city in Pakistan, and you have like the shoe boxes that fall from the ceiling, from those little holes in the ceiling, it's a role that's given to a jinn, and it's never explained. It is explained over that this is a jinn that's worked for the family for a very long time. It's a lovely story. People should go on our website to read it, but it's sort of a very small scale, very sort of, you take a slice of life and you turn it into something magical and unique. And to me, that's sort of another unique story form that people have brought into speculative fiction in Pakistan. And so, yeah, it sort of runs the gamut in Pakistani spec fic, at least what I've encountered. And your second question was about when you know a story is done. I feel like I don't have a clear answer for that, because I'm always second guessing my stories. I think the stories that I submitted to the Salam Award 5 years ago, I would write them very differently today. I don't know if I do make the same decisions I would. I feel like I keep evolving, but back then as a really young writer, I think when the moment I felt like I couldn't edit anymore, the moment I felt like I was sick of it, I felt like I'd stopped. I'd spent 4 or 5 months each on each story at the time. So it was really when I felt burnt out from the story is for me, when it was finished.
That's actually very interesting for me because I find the short story form very difficult to write. I feel like you never know where to end it, because in a novel, which is my preferred space, it has to have an arc. It has to have a beginning, middle, and an end. But a short story can end somewhere, but obviously there's resolution of some sort. So I always wonder, how to end a short story. Josiah?
So I guess to the extent that world building refers to sort of how Noor was talking about the construction of an entirely imaginary world that's different from our own. The story in the anthology Contagion, it doesn't really do that. Yeah, I think it makes sense to talk about this in terms of a specific story rather than abstractly for myself. So this story is actually very much set in this world, and it deals with a real event that actually happened, the plague in Europe in the 1300s that wiped out, I don't know, like 50% of the continent's population. But basically the speculative element comes from point of view in it. So the plague itself is the narrator of events rather than having, say, a human narrator. And so, one of the first things I had to think about was like, is this going to be an I or a we narrator? And so because, bacteria and viruses replicate endlessly, it made sense for me for the narrator to be a first person plural, a we perspective, to show an entity that sees itself as sort of infinite parts of the same whole. And so that sort of, a lot of times when I figure out what the form is going to be and the point of view is going to be, the story sort of falls into place. And so in this case, the pathogen goes on to sort of develop a complicated relationship with its human hosts. First sort of finding kind of a kinship with them, and then later seeing as a sort of violence in their individualistic existences, which it finds completely horrific and intolerable because it only exists as, a collective as part of one whole. And then writing from the perspective of the plague, you get to do sort of really interesting things where, so for instance, the things that humans would designate as symptoms of the illness, the pathogen sees as sort of artistic expressions of itself and a sort of a natural extension of its being. So I guess the point for me there was to resist the simplicity of I guess how we pathologize certain narratives around illnesses and diseases. And it was funny because then COVID happened and I was like, wow, this feels very strangely relevant. But yeah, I don't know if that really answers your question about world building. I think my experience, I have a couple of other pieces where I'm struggling with more of the something between what I think would classify as hard and soft, but it's sort of works in progress. So it's a bit difficult to talk about. In terms of like when something is finished, yeah, I really don't know. I mean, it's just, that's the problem, right? When you come back to a thing, you're just like, wow, this sucks. I could do this so much better. And every time you come back to a piece, it just feels like it's an endless process. I think basically it's finished when you decide it's finished. And that decision could be based on just sheer exhaustion and annoyance with with looking at your own words, which is sort of what happens to me. But I don't know, that's also sort of, there's always a part of me that's, because I'm an editor before I'm a writer, and I think I'm probably a better editor than I'm a writer. So I can sort of tell like, okay, these are the places where something isn't coming together. But if I feel like I'm just done with it, I have to put it aside for at least a few weeks. And then come back to it with fresh eyes. And if I feel like at that point, I'm able to sort of find a way through whatever the complication is or the difficulty, then I will work around it and I will do that work. And then I'll say, okay, now I'm done with this. And there have been times where I'll be done with a piece and I'll say, I really don't feel confident enough with this to try and get it published. And so then it'll just join like my pile of things of disappointments. So then other times I'm like, no, this is actually quite good, despite, you know, the fact that I could probably make improvements on it, and then I will send it out. And yeah, so I think, yeah, I think that's sort of my process for discovering when I'm done with something.
I think it was very smart, the decision you took to narrate from the virus's point of view, that made the story sort of, you know, so much more than what it would have been, I think. And I really enjoyed it. I just wanted to kind of put in that.
Thank you.
Sadia, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, when do you know when I think there's very little that I go back to now and think that I wouldn't change it. But you kind of have to accept. Sorry, am I stuck?
You're fine.
Yeah, no, every time I read my work, I'm like, no, I know where I didn't give it my all. I know where it worked. I know where it didn't work. But you kind of have to accept that that version of you with that skill set and that level of engagement is who wrote that story. And if you wrote it now, that would be a very different person. It does help to show other people, and it does help, I think, to pay attention to your body. With some of my pieces, I can say that there's this point you reach, like for me around draft 4 or 5, where I'm just really into it, and I know that I'm able to, like, I'm in the building blocks of this thing, and it's a very heightened thing. And that's where I trust a lot of the decisions I'm making. And so once you cross that, it's hard to go back into that side for me, and then I know that it's done. Like I really gave it my all. But it's hard to talk about these things. I know that's something a lot of writers say, but and with each story it's different also. With each piece it's different. There are some that I've written in the matter of 2 or 3 days, and then there are some that takes me weeks or months or years. My cat wants to say something. With world building, I tend to base a lot of my world building on existing rituals and existing practices and I refer to, for example, if I talk about City of Mithir, it's centered around the event of Shab-e Yalda, which is an actual festival that takes place in Iran and other countries. So winter festival. So this in the story also we are in winter and it's a festival in the story of mourning. I find it really cool to take what exists in our cultures and our knowledge systems and kind of use those to imagine further and to engage with those. So there's also an allusion, for instance, to Sultana's dream in City of Mithir, and Sultana becomes one of the women who guides the collective towards migrating to the new city. And, you know, so I have these, I can't say I completely invent out of nothing. So I can't talk about world building in that sense. But I don't know. I'm thinking about how I wrote City of Mithir, and maybe it would be helpful to know that the seed for this story was the interest of creating a city of women that is that comes from an intention of dreaming instead of defending, right? So I feel like a lot of feminist writing and literature seems to be kind of either defending against the patriarchy or fighting the patriarchy, and those are important themes. But then what happens once beyond that, right? What happens beyond just this site of defensiveness, and what happens when we write from a place of dreaming and creating. And that was my primary interest in building this story and this world, and also just thinking what, you know, if I was 12 years old and 11 years old, like what kind of worlds would I want little me to imagine? So it's very much a thought experiment. I don't think it's a very good short story. I think it's a really good thought experiment. And the main character really is the city for me in Mithir. And so to imagine this character of a city that is dreamt through a collective imagination, I had to look at I had to think and really have fun with what would our collective imagination maybe not want to carry on in the future. And then if those things were shed, what could we make possible paths for? And that became the intentionality behind it. And then I was thinking a lot about language and architecture and how the two relate to each other. So if certain words or vocabularies no longer exist in your feminist world, then what kind of a physical material world would you imagine? as a result of that. For just a simple example, if the word sharing was something that was a primary dictum taught to students, to children, because there's a lot of studying in this world, then how do they grow up? How do they imagine property? How do they imagine borders and porosity? So I had a lot of fun doing that. And looking at, I think in the process of doing that, learning a lot about South Asian and Asian traditions of dreaming together collectively.
Thank you, Sadia. Kehkashan?
I'm still absorbing what Sadia said. That was so interesting. Especially the dreaming instead of defending, and the fact that you made the city the main character. I've been thinking about that for a while. I for world building, I mean, it's like what Noor said, in science fiction and fantasy, there's high fantasy and low fantasy. And then even within that, there's like these detailed magic systems, like what Brandon Sanderson does. Or there's like a magic system which is more similar to Lord of the Rings, where you don't know. I mean, Gandalf doesn't have any magic throughout. I mean, we keep waiting for him to fight someone. So there is, and then you even can go into like other genres within the umbrella. So horror will require something different, and then there's science fantasy and so on and so forth. So I would say that if you can make sense to your reader, that's going to keep the reader occupied when it comes to world building. And at one point, I used to believe that I need to give, and I still kind of am that fantasy reader who wants to have a logical progression of events or a logical progression in world building. But now, as I've grown, I've realized even that's not important, because if you read some literary spec fic, similar to like The Saint of Bright Doors that was just published by Vajra Chandrasekhara, you're going to find that the world is so immersive that you're willing to forgive whatever illogicalities are happening simply for the sake of that theme that you are so, you're waiting for that theme to unravel, and you're listening to that commentary that he's doing. So you're like, okay, someone time traveled through a door that no one ever time traveled through before. That's fine. We're going to let it go. So I think I would say that if your world building, immersion for the reader is of the utmost importance. Like, there's a book that recently went viral all over again, How to Lose the Time War. And I have started to read that book several times. It's pretty dense, so I keep putting it down, but I do love the prose. And I think it's carried solely on the basis of that lush prose. I still do not know how that world works. So so again, that would be my main thing with world building. And that really applies to horror as well. Like I've written all kinds of spec fic. So even though my favorite genre would be science fantasy, which is exactly what the Puppet Master is, the winning Salam Award story for 2019. But so it's science fantasy. It's a secondary world. I love doing that stuff. Like Noor said, I'm that Salam Award submitter who goes on that end of the world building. But yeah, I've dabbled in horror as well, and that requires a whole different mindset of, what you're going to do. And a lot of the things I write tend to come in from what I'm trying to say, which sometimes have to do with my experiences or my observations about the world. So sometimes it'll start off as, I would like to say this, and what kind of world can I construct that allows me to do that? So that's how I go about it. What was the second question? I'm forgetting.
When do you know your story is finished? When do you stop editing it?
Okay, so I think everyone's already tackled that one very well. It's the same thing that you complete a story and then you send it out to beta readers, the people you trust, and they give you some feedback. If you feel that feedback can be applied, go ahead. If it burns you out, then I think the story is done for now. And your decision is to whether trunk it for a while. I think at some point, if you've been self-editing for a long time, or if you've been behind the scenes in some capacity as an editor or / reader, you do tend to pick up some vibes, and you can tell immediately that, look, the story isn't right. I don't know how to fix it, may or may not know how to fix it, but this isn't right. So you won't send it out. And then sometimes you get a vibe from your story. You're like, I've completed this the best possible way I can. It isn't perfect, but I'm ready to send it out anyway. So at that point, what I'll do is I will submit it somewhere, and I'll try not to take the rejection too personally. If I still believe in the story despite the rejection, I will probably send it out again and again and get many rejections for it until I get a personal one, or something in my evolution convinces me that, okay, I need to look at this another way. at which point I might rewrite it. And and sometimes you publish work. I mean, I don't touch stories again once they're published. I just like put them aside. And even if I do tend to read them again, if I ever read them again, I don't do that. But if I do, I still try to be proud of them, because even if we've evolved, I feel like what I've put out there at that time is very important. It's like those diaries you wrote in childhood that you then threw away. I wish I hadn't thrown them away. That was a different version of me. Proud to have been that version, you know? So those are the only truly finished pieces that I never touch again, even if I'm reprinting them. But other than that, I just wait and see. Despite rejections, if the story is just sitting with me, maybe it will eventually turn into something completely different, you know?
I just
Thank
wanted
you,
to add
Kavisha.
that I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to add that Max Gladstone, one of the writers for How Do You Lose the Time War, is on the jury for the Salam Award this year. So he's a dream
Oh,
jury.
cool.
Yeah.
Isn't Vajra on the Salam Award jury as well?
Yes, he is. Yes.
Oh, cool.
Very, very good group this year.
Zanera?
All right. So I don't really think I have anything to add on when you know it's done. You know when you know. Or in my case, when I literally have no other idea what to do with it. It's like the story is just not going forward. So for me, it's like, well, it just doesn't want to go forward. So I'm just gonna stop it here and try to figure out like an ending that works with where I've brought my characters. So here are my characters. If this is where my story ends, then okay, I have to just simply work with what I have. In terms of world building, like I really don't think I focus on world building while I'm writing. To be honest, for me, when I'm writing, I'm just trying to get the story out, the characters and the plot and the movement of it. Really, world building is something that comes to me like as a second thought. So usually on my second reading, I'll be like, I can put some details here. I can flesh this out here, a little bit of description, or vice versa. Too much description. Let's cut this out here. But genre also is really important. Like all of you mentioned, really, like, if I'm writing a certain genre, then for example, I'm mostly interested in dystopian fiction. My story for this Salam Word anthology was Into the Light. It's not really a dystopia on the face of it. It's really a utopia. I started writing, and I was also writing this in 2020. So I think everyone was thinking about, what's going to happen next. And instead, I think I started writing something that was a bit more on the utopian side. So for me, it was very important to flesh out this world, just to show how it is a utopia, or how it is like all of our dreams realized. And I did also rely on, a bit of our history, a bit of our collective wishful thinking, the idea that, well, what if we had done this? What if this hadn't happened? What if colonialism hadn't happened? What if we were still in our golden age and whatnot? So these were some of the questions I had. And naturally, the utopia ended up being really a dystopia, essentially. So the genre blurring is, I think, something that is just happening naturally. And for me, world building also came naturally. I have also written a little bit of horror. I've dabbled in horror, and I've dabbled a little bit in fantasy. In that case, I think I don't focus so much on the details of the world or the society. I maybe think more about the characters, if that's where the thrust of the story is. So world building, I think, is definitely very, very crucial, but it doesn't have to come spontaneously in the first time you write something. It could be something that you flesh out later. At least that's what I did. And also, I think world building, soft world building, hard world building. Yes, I don't know how to categorize mine, frankly. I really don't know. I think it's more fluid. It goes from one to the other, depending on the story one is writing and depending on the genre one is writing in. So I think I really agree with what everybody said on that front.
Thank you, Zanera. I could do this for 2 hours, but Sabine, I think we need to wrap up now. Thank you so much for being a part of this panel. We'll do a physical one soon as well. And once again, thanks, Sabine, for having us all. And I just want to take a quick snapshot so I can post a story. Smile, guys. Okay, I've got a bunch of pictures. Thank you. Thank you so
I
much.
also wanted to do just a quick shout out to the group who worked on the anthology as well. Mushpa, who is also a Salam Award core team member, did an amazing work with the illustration and design. And of course, the Reverie team, you all did such a wonderful job. So really wanted people to look at the book. I don't have a physical copy of it, but like on hand, but really would want to shout out the the team that put this whole thing together. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Safina, for holding up the book as well. Thank you so much. And with this, we are at the end of this session. Moving on to our next session, celebrating 20 years of Yoda Press. Hi, Arpita. I hope you're well.
Yeah, lovely to be here.
And we'll quickly jump in.
Yeah, I can see Pia and Shilpa and Chaura, of course. Ashwati, we can't see you.
Ashwati is here as well.
Yeah, can you see my video? It's on, but I don't think it's showing. My face is showing.
No, it's not showing.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
what's wrong with it.
do you wanna leave the call and then join
Okay,
back? Sometimes
I
that
can do it.
helps.
Okay. I'll
Yeah.
be right back.
But Sabine, should we get started? Because I know Chaura
Absolutely.
has 1 hour blocked for this as well. So maybe I'll just get started and introduce Ashwati right at the end. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to talk about Yoda Press and Yoda Press books today, Sabine and Ananke. And I hope Ashwati's video works this time. And I'm really thrilled. Yeah, there you go. Really thrilled to have 4 incredible Yoda Press authors here with me on this panel today. And I'm going to introduce you all in terms of the books we published of yours. Otherwise, it's going to, be half the panel time gone. I hope that's all right with everyone. Yeah. So I'm going to go in the order of how I'm seeing you on the screen. So Chaura first, my dear friend, Chaura, who's joining us. Are you in Paris right now? Which part of the world are you in? You're in Paris right now. Chaura is a French-Iranian researcher, and the first time that we worked together was when we bought the rights to her first book, Le Cahier d'Aziz, which we published as Aziz's Notebook. The French edition was published by Gallimard, and it was a very personal story. We'll talk about it later if we have the time. And we bought the rights to bring out the English edition, which I believe is still the only English edition in the world. And Chaura came to the country to do a book tour, and we became really close friends, and the rest is history. But I will be asking her, the first question I'll be asking her when we start the conversation, however, is about her new book, which too we are publishing in India, yay, in South Asia, which will also be the first English translation of her new book. But more on that later. I'm going to go next to Pia Srinivasan. Pia published a fabulous edited volume with us last year called Living with the Weather, Climate Change, Ecology and Displacement in South Asia, which I think, climate crisis, books on climate crisis is something that we have come to a little late at Yoda Press, because I decided I always do about a year of homework, which is my homework, before I start sort of reaching out to authors or commissioning. And I think now there are about 3 or 4 of them coming out, but I think Pia, yours is the first one we've published at Yoda Press, which is on climate crisis. And we'll talk about that book, of course, in a little while. I'll move next to Bhashwati. Bhashwati, are you in Delhi right now, Bhashwati, or are you joining us from across the planet? No,
I am in
you're in
Delhi,
Delhi.
yeah.
Okay. Which is why it's not a beastly hour for you. Yeah. So Bhashwati is the only author here who will be talking about her novel. It's one of very few books of fiction that Yoda Press has published. Fiction is something we pick up very rarely because we know that there are others who are much better at it than us. But I think it's also about what speaks to us in terms of the narrative and uh, what blows us away, perhaps. And I think uh, Bhashwati's book, Victory Colony 1950, which has been deeply, deeply loved over the last few years that it's been out. And it's got the kind of love that while I was editing it, I felt for it on a daily basis. And it's so incredibly heartening to see the way readers have responded to it over the years. And we'll be talking about that in a little bit. And last but certainly not least, my dear, dear friend Shilpa Phadke, the very eminent media studies person and a sociologist, and she always gets irritated with me because I overdo all the introduction, and I'm doing exactly that to her just to embarrass her. So we're good friends. Who has been a friend of mine for some time, but we got really close over the making of a very special book that came out last year. It was called Yari. It was the first anthology on friendship by women and queer folks. And the book was in the making through the pandemic. So it was a very strange kind of friendship that burgeoned out of the pandemic around a book on friendship. And I'm so, so pleased to have you all here today. Yoda turns 20 this year, and Sabine said, we need to have this panel to celebrate Yoda. And I was like, I really don't know what celebration of Yoda would mean, apart from talking about its books and its authors and talking to its authors. And I think um, that's what it means to me, talking to four authors who have really exemplified, whose books continue to exemplify what we want to do with the list at Yoda Press, and also for authors whose politics and whose persona and whose being is something I really resonate with. And the team at Yoda Press, little tiny team at Yoda Press, has loved working with these four people. That was another reason. So I'm going to first start with Chaura, because I know Chaura is also a little bit on the clock. And also because her book, the one that we're going to be talking about, that's the one book which is a forthcoming book. And in a lot of ways, and I know all of you will understand, it's sort of for me, it's going to be, it's going to be an iconic publication. The book, which is coming out in French first, is called Femme, Vie, Liberté, which, of course, as you can already figure out, is a translation of the slogan that we have all become familiar with over the last year or so, which is Jan Zindagi Azadi. And which, of course, immediately reminds you of the very important movement that is underway, that has been underway in Iran for some time, after the tragic, tragic death of Mahsa Amini. So, Chaura, I'm going to go to you first, to talk to us a little bit about the making of this book and what making this book, which is in a sense really quite current, unlike your earlier book. And of course, there's some very, obvious logical reasons for that. But in a sense, you will obviously relate with them differently for that reason. This is so current. This is so tied to you professionally, politically, apart from being personal as well. I'm sure. How is it playing out? How has it played out, the making of this book and putting it out there?
Yeah.
I think you're on mute.
Thank you so much, Arpita. Let me just start with showing a picture that is one of the legacies of this Women Life Freedom uprising that a friend of mine drew. So actually, yes, I'm very happy, and I contacted you. I reached out to you as soon as the project of translating the book came out, because I was in such a hurry to write it. I mean, it was written between April and June 2023. So as the movement was still kind of hot when I started writing on it. And it was published in French, but unfortunately, until now, the only book that exists in English on the Women Life Freedom movement is written by quite a conservative man, Omnesh Azizi, and it really. And although also Marjan Satrapi wrote, she edited a collection of comics around the Women Life Freedom Uprising, but it's also men who have been male historian, male journalists who have been approached to write around this issue. So it's quite actually troubling how even this paradigm of feminist revolutionary power or potential is being commented on by men. So I think it's really, really important that these books comes out in English, beyond even the writer's ego. I think it's important that it's been translated fast. And the way I wrote, and I wrote it fast, and it was written very differently from like Aziz's notebook. It's a testimony that I took 6 years to translate. It's a testimony that was kept in secret for 20 years before eventually I knew about it, and it talks about the past. So it's like quite on the contrary here. We are in the heated situation. And things started when Gina Mahsa Amini was killed by the morality police last September, in September 22. And I remember I was in Baltimore, so the city where uprisings, with the Black Lives Matter movement also was so important. And I remember I tweeted saying, like many Iranian women were saying, Gina could have been me, and this is why I'm cutting my hair. This is why I'm going in the street. And I was, and I wrote, I don't think Gina could have been me, because don't forget, she has been killed because she was a woman, but also because she was a Kurdish woman, and she was Kurdish. And as someone, I'm an anthropologist, and I worked on the border police in France and border control, and I saw how police kind of screened people according also to their social class and ethnicity, and that's how they arrest people at the border. And I think that the morality police also screened her and not any other middle class, poorly veiled Iranian woman, screened her as a Kurdish woman because she was Kurdish. And so there was some impunity, there was some freedom in the way they were violent with her, and as I wrote this as an example of intersectional oppression that enabled the Women Life Freedom movement to root into intersectional demands of equality, of minority rights, and gender equality. So the three were extremely linked. Then this tweet went viral, and all of a sudden I realized that I had things to say. I had things to decode. And every day I was having this journal for myself of, I saw events on the social media and I linked them to past events in the Iranian society and the story of resistance. And this is why when I had the idea of making a book, I went back to that journal, and most often then I tweeted some of those parts, bits and parts. But I decided, and this goes back to the previous panel, I decided to write the book in the form of chronicles. And this is an example for me. I was like, oh yeah, this is exactly like soft world building. Usually social science books, you know, they're like, they explain to you the institution, the context, the demography, etc. And this was not the case. It's like a day by day chronicle of the event. It starts one day before the death of Gina, and it ends up on the anniversary of the Iranian Revolution, the 11th of February 2023. And every day, every micro event, so it's an archive, it's a secondary archive of the events, of the uprisings themselves, because it registers micro events that, you know, maybe will not be written down in history. But then by doing this each time, it's like a few pages development, sometimes a longer development, going back to the history of resistance in Iran and my own history, family history, and also Aziz's notebook, and also the documentary I was making. So this is like the unfolding of 40 years of resistance and putting the women's struggle and making sense of that revolutionary uprising and why it is revolutionary within this longer history.
Right. So you said, do you also then refer back in these sort of micro moments to Aziz's notebook?
Absolutely, absolutely, I do, and also to my to the documentary Hitch that I made, in which the notebook itself that plays an important role. So. This notebook, this testimony that was written by my grandfather about state violence in the 1980s and how his two daughters, my mother and my aunt, were arrested and executed, and how their story is a history of resistance as well. This is a part, I mean, I refer to it because what has been found again, and this is my main argument, and actually it's funny because the Women, Life, Freedom book is a chronicle, so it doesn't have, you know, a main argument, or it doesn't have, but yet it has an hypothesis, and I think it was an important hypothesis in the context of French society as well, where, you know, the debates on veil and this kind of universal white feminism is so heavy, is to say, when women in Iran take out their veil and they burn it, what do they say? They are making a link again with a history of antagonism, of frontal opposition, of going to the front and saying we are opposed to that system, to that political regime. And this tradition, legacy of opposition, of radical opposition, is what has been lost in the Iranian society in the last 30 years. And it has been lost because of a history of mass violence and collective violence that was put under the carpet, that was erased. And as it is not tells this story of mass violence and collective violence. So it was important. It was like kind of the missing link to understand why this history of opposition, why this tradition of political opposition has been erased, and why it is so important to, like, this is the end of the reformist era, and we are going back into saying we don't want Islamic Republic. And this is why so you know, I was reading the burning of the veil as a grammar of revolt, as a grammar of contestation that is being found again by the Iranian population. And it's not the men that are in solidarity with the women, but it's the men, when they applaud the women, when they honk for them and they call them women of honor, what they're doing is that they're sharing their gesture. They're taking the, you know, it's as if they don't have the means to be that oppositional, because they don't have this, you know, symbolic veil to burn. So basically, Aziz's notebook is present in this book because I needed to go back layers upon layers in this history of violence and resistance. And what is interesting also in France is that Aziz's notebook has been republished in pocket format. And and I wrote a new preface, and in this new forewords, I was saying, you know, this book was published first after the 2009 Green Movement as a history of repression, and now it is being republished as both a history of repression and resistance. So this is a bit the missing link that is very important here. Yeah.
Right. What's really interesting to me is it's almost like a chronicle within a chronicle, which is, you know, how Aziz's notebook being part of this is so exciting. The other thing I was thinking about is, of course, as you were speaking, I was remembering what was happening in our country at the same time, which is where we were all, I mean, Muslim women here were very rightly so and extremely powerfully pushing back against the attack on them wearing the hijab. And we were all standing by them and saying, it is, of course, their choice. And I remember the student of mine who did a hijabi student of mine who did a research paper on comparing the two situations, what was happening in Iran and what's happening here. And ultimately, it's about, of course, the control over the body and the control over attire that someone else, the man, the patriarchy, wants to have. Anyway, I'm going to come back to you, Chara, but we were talking about world building, and you mentioned, that you were interested by that phrase, soft world building, from the last panel. So I'm going to move to Bhashwati now, because of course Bhashwati with Victory Colony 1950 hit the ball out of the park, as they say, in terms of world building. And in a lot of ways, I don't know, I feel like it's the next one for me to go to after your discussion, because it's historic. It is, that story is so located in history and in memoir as well, as I'm sure Bhashwati will talk about more. And that's one of the things I've often thought about, Bhashwati. Have you ever had the thought that, to develop that, the novel is, of course, breathtaking, and it also allowed you to do a lot of things which perhaps would not have been possible with thinking of it in terms of a memoir of someone else. But have you ever thought of it that way? Did you function with some rules of a memoir in mind when you were writing it the first time itself?
That's such a beautiful question, Arpita. And I think memory is sort of inseparable, when it comes to partition narratives. Memory is, I think, the glue that binds all these stories, and it is sort of the spine for these kinds of stories. So I did not consciously think of using that as a tool, but I think it invariably seeps into the story, because also I think it has germinated. The roots of this story are in my growing up as a third generation, quote unquote, refugee child, I would say, because it's my grandparents who witnessed this firsthand.
Right.
And they lived through that loss, and their entire life thereafter was built on a structure of memories of the place that they left behind, of the universe, that was lost to them forever. So I think I grew up on a diet of listening to a lot of memoir in an unstructured way, of course, but
how lovely.
Yes, so I think that is how that found its way into the story, although it's not my story, but I tried to imagine it from the point of view of someone who is so young and who has a full life ahead of herself, and yet has to fall back on memories to sustain herself in a new, very inhospitable, very difficult world. So I think although it's not structured as a memoir, it's very much structured like a fiction narrative. But I think parts of it probably will resemble a memoir in the way in which the protagonist thinks of her mother's food, for instance, the way she tries to recreate some of that, the camaraderie that the refugees share, which also harks back to the idea of a village, where she comes from. So I think, it's probably seeped in ways that I hadn't consciously thought of.
I've often wondered, I know it sounds like I'm, why, I mean, I completely will not blame you if you think to yourself right now, why is she asking me this question after all these years of having edited it and published it? But truly, I have thought this over and over again because, I've read that book again after we published it because such a lovely story in terms of two individuals. So at the heart for the others, I mean, at the heart of Bharshati's story, there's the romance, and which is the most compelling thing about this book because it's about the refugee experience after partition in East India, but at the heart of it is this romance between a refugee individual and someone who is local to Kolkata and who is sort of working with the refugees and refugee relief. And Bharshati, I was just wondering, did it ever worry you that your notion of your notion of romance in the 2000s will infect the romance narrative that is supposed to be set back in the 50s? Did that ever worry you?
No, I think it's probably on the contrary. I am such an old-fashioned, not in any bad way, I would say, but I sort of I'm of an anachronistic perspective. So it's very easy for me to place myself in the past. There are, I would say, I'm pretty outdated when it comes to what is current in terms of romance, or I probably won't do very well if I try to write that. But this wasn't difficult for me at all because I grew up reading a lot of Bengali books. So I was familiar with the Bengal of that time because I had read a lot of literature. So again, I did not do any conscious research extensively, I would say. I had to do some of it, of course, given that it's a historical novel and it's set in actual history. But I didn't have to do for a lot of mannerisms, for instance, or the lifestyle that people had, or the perspectives that they would have had at that time. And also, I think that, some aspects of love and emotions like that are timeless. They don't really, they might have some maybe physical characteristics that evolve and change over time, but I think the emotion itself and how people feel and think and react, that probably hasn't changed since the time civilization began, or even before that. I think we react the same way when we are hurt, when we react the same as we did 100 years ago to something that brings us happiness. So I think the love story itself was built on those very core principles of human emotions. So no, I was not at all hesitant to dive into it, or didn't feel uncomfortable at all.
Wonderful. I was just thinking, you're talking about human emotions, and that makes me move over to Shilpa, because Shilpa, of course, came to us with this incredible idea, Shilpa and our co-author Nithila, to put together this anthology on friendship by women in queer folks in India, in South Asia. As it turned out, 3 of the panelists on the previous panel are contributors to that volume, as Shilpa pointed out to me in the chat box. And that's something you found as well, isn't it, Shilpa? What Bharshati is just saying, that there's a sense of universality. I mean, even though we are in this completely new era, and then everybody was talking about the new normal, and then because there was a pandemic, and so many of these people were younger people who have had friendships play out completely in the digital space in that time at times. And yet there's a universality to the idea of Yari, which we all understood, which we all resonated with in the making of the book. Didn't you feel that?
Yeah, very much so.
Shilpa?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So yeah, very, very much so, both in terms of sort of geographical reach and how people, anyone we talk to about the sort of, as we were editing it, anyone we talked to about the book, but also, as Bhaswati pointed out, also historically. You know, if one went back and looked at cinema, or one looked at books, or one looked at, there is a sense of the sort of the depth of friendship and the ways in which people think about friendship or feel about their friends. And the book really very much came out of our thoughts on friendship during the pandemic.
Shilpa, you're on mute again.
Sorry,
Yeah.
accidentally. And the fact that we were reaching out and we were in touch with friends perhaps that we hadn't been so much in touch with before. We were doing online teas and so on and so forth. Pretty much like the kind of conversation we're having now. But it also came out of this kind of sense that historically both familial, that is the family you're born into, your familial relationships are centered and your romantic relationships are centered, that those are seen to be. But increasingly we saw people reaching out to their friends, and it was friends who were, and so we thought, what would change in the world really if we centered a conversation around friendship? And that's really where and like you say, that it really immediately had a kind of sort of almost universal sense of, yes, this is what we need, and this is what we should be talking about. And I mean, as so many of the essays in the book sort of, they're also about how fraught friendship can be, right? As much as our natal relationships, as much as our romantic relationships. And so there's conversation about friendship breakups and so on and so forth. But in many ways, if we want to talk about friendship, it doesn't come with the baggage of our natal families, and it doesn't come with the layered sort of historical baggage again of marriage and romance and patriarchy, because a lot of romance is heteronormative, and it doesn't come with all of that baggage. And so it allows us to reimagine the world in a variety of ways.
Did you, when you were making the book, did you ever feel like, did people ever ask you the question that why are you doing something which seems like a very experimental, anthologizing, sort of documenting sort of thing, and not quite academically, not the sort of anthropological academic sort of work that you would take on for any other research, perhaps? Although I must say that I see shades of Violator in Yari. But how did you ever feel it? Did you ever get asked this question?
No, it's so interesting that you asked this, that nobody asked us. And you know how serendipitous are. And for instance, for me, because we're talking about the press and because we're talking about 20 years of Yoda, when I read Because I Have a Voice in the early 2000s, I think I don't know what point you published Because I Have a Voice.
That was in our second year, my gosh.
Right. So it was quite an early book you published. That was edited by Gautam Bhan and
Arvind
Narayan, yeah. And I remember seeing it and thinking, my God, this is what publishing should look like, that it was academic, but it was also accessible. And in a sense, I feel like friendship, that Yari might remind you of a Violator, but it's also model in a certain way on my vision of what Because I Have a Voice looks like. Because
that makes me so happy, Shilpa.
Because it engages with issues, but it's also accessible, and it has a variety of authors, some of whom are new, some of whom are older, some of whom are established, and some of whom are publishing for the very first time. And in a sense, every time we told someone we're writing a book about friendship, people were thrilled. And for instance, I wrote to you on Twitter saying, look, I have an idea. I pitch it to you.
Yeah.
You were so thrilled. I mean, it was so exciting.
Yeah, I could not.
Yeah. Anyone we told,
I was like, yes, please. Yeah.
Anyone we said we're doing a book on friendship, the response was exactly that. Yes.
Yeah, really. And, I mean, Yari, isn't Yari it's the same word in Farsi, Chaura? Yari? Friendship is Yari, even in Farsi is, right?
There are many. Yar is a friend, but it's more dosti. But yar is a friend.
Ah, right. Yeah. Yeah, which is why, I remember we had so many conversations about what to call the book. Yeah. And we were wondering,
was one of the words we considered.
Dosti was one of them. Yeah.
But in India, it somehow has a very masculine tinge. In Hindi cinema, you're always talking about male dostana and male dosti, and so which is why I think in many ways we went with Yari, which
we
seemed
decided on
to
Yari
allow more possibilities. Yeah,
absolutely. So I'm going to move to something completely different with Pia, of course, which was, as I said, our first climate crisis book. But again, I hope at least this is emerging from this panel. They're quite different from what other climate crisis books look like. And one of the reasons being how Pia, as the editor of the volume, played with the genres of the contributions that became part of the book. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about that, Pia?
Yes, absolutely. When we began thinking about the book, it was squat bang in the middle of COVID-19, and I was working with this research organization, and in India, the lockdown had just been announced, and COVID-19 had been announced as a notified disaster. So, then you can, and you govern accordingly. You govern COVID-19 accordingly. So, and then the migrant, which was shortly followed by the migrant crisis. So the imagination of the book came through when we saw these various crises sort of, come together, where the migrant crisis and the public health crisis, became sort of indistinguishable from each other, and migrants became pathologized and in their return to their home states. And at the same time, Amphan happened, right? The cyclone Amphan hit, the east of India to absolutely disastrous and sort of tragic consequences. And I was based in Kolkata at the time. So we began thinking, thinking around the book began at that point. How do we, now we see, and the COVID brought home like nothing else, how interconnected, absolutely interconnected everything is, different kinds of crises. So then it began as a small project where and that's how this sort of multi-dimensionality of the book, or how we're switching genres, that began with how we imagined the first project that led to the book. We went down to the Sundarbans. I went as a researcher, and my friend went as an investigator, and my colleague rather went as an investigative journalist, and a third colleague went as a podcaster. So we wanted to understand the relationship between climate displacement and how the state responds to it, right, through various dimensions. And so when we were commissioned by our organization, to do this, and when we went there and we spoke to various people, from affected villagers to NGOs dispersing aid, to state officials to track how they'd responded to the crisis, and we began to see that it was so multidimensional in nature, the question that we were approaching. So we felt that, and the heart of the book that we just published is basically how the climate crisis is not the same for everyone. We are not, we think about it, we tend to think about the climate crisis in abstract terms, millions at risk, etc., right? But is it the same for everyone? No, absolutely not. It completely, geographical vulnerability is everything. So we began from that, and then we wanted to think through, as the book grew, how different institutions and histories and social systems coalesce to produce how the climate crisis manifests in our geography in South Asia. So then we invited different people from different disciplines we did not want it to be an academic book. The book became a collection of work from academics, activists, lawyers, journalists, and a photojournalist. So it was all, we all gathered in our respective where we were.
And the podcast text as well.
And of course, the most interesting thing was, and the most wonderful thing really about the book, the last chapter, I think, in the book is the podcast transcripts. We carried it was our decision. It was sort of a conscious editorial decision to carry the podcast transcripts of the conversations we had with very, very different people from villagers who'd been multiply displaced by various climate crises, various cyclones over time, to aid workers, right? And how to understand how during a crisis aid is disbursed, who gets, who gets how much and along what lines aid is received along in terms of caste and gender. And then we had a photojournalist who came and he made this beautiful sort of, I was still finishing with the podcast. So then so the podcast is populated with various voices and most of the interviews are in Bangla. So then we went through the process of transcribing them. It was a podcast and then we offered a transcription and we decided to carry the English transcriptions of the podcast as they were. And that's the last chapter of the book, The idea also was to think about this as a living archive, sort of these podcast transcripts as living archives. And I think I was encouraging my organization to upload these transcripts so that an imagination of the book was that we would have a QR code attached to the book, and when you scan it, you can go and you can listen to the voices of people talking about how they have been affected. So it's this is the first book that I've put together. So it's been very exciting, and the hope is that accessibility, as we were also talking about just a little earlier, that the main thing about it is that the climate crisis should not be something confined to academia or science, and it is very much a crisis of the everyday, and people most affected are, and then it's so to just break these terms down in ways visually, orally, and definitely, also so to a certain extent academically. So yeah, it was a great exploration.
That's what I mean. We just thought that anybody who opens the volume, will find it interesting to immerse themselves in some part of it based on something that they find they can kind of identify with, and I think that's why it works so well. I'm keeping an eye on the time as well, and I want to ask a question which I'd like all of you to kind of talk about or respond to or ask each other about maybe or whatever. But it's about collaborations and solidarity and how important these have been in our work, and also show themselves in what we write, because that's a huge thing at Yoda Press, and I think we have managed to survive for 20 years because we have held on to this idea of solidarities and collaborations, and don't let people down on that front, and reach out for help when you need to. Does anyone want to go first? Who's particularly excited by this idea? I can go back to Chaura. Chaura, do you want to talk about it?
Yes, absolutely. Solidarity and collaborations for me, maybe it's not exactly what you meant, Arpita, dear, but it resonates with something that both Baswati and Shilpa talked about, which is politics of love, and the idea of and the importance of affects. That's what I heard also in their talks, and that's what comes a lot both in Aziz's notebook and also in the Women, Life, Freedom book, in the chronicles, because actually what happened in Iran in the Women, Life, Freedom movement is that yes, it was a revolutionary uprising that didn't that wasn't successful in overthrowing the regime until now. But one of the main point is that the resistance didn't arm. Although, you know, the two hearts of the uprising were in Kurdistan and in Baluchistan, that are national and ethnic minority regions that are transborder and with a lot of access to arms and with armed groups. So people have arms, but the protesters went in the street with cocktail Molotovs and not with Kalashnikovs. And there was a discipline in not arming the resistance, although there was a lot of dead in the street. What I'm saying that is because the response was, on the contrary, into a politics of affects and love that was by going back into building empathy and solidarity with the people who were executed and killed in the street. And you know, Arpita, having read Aziz's notebook, how indifference within the population in Iran to the repression and to the killings of the opponents in the 1980s was important in building, reshaping the Iranian society as, you know, a society living under terror and under dictatorship. So in building, in crafting in the social fabric of indifference, there was, you know, this politics of terror, etc. And because I have been through that as a child and reconnected with that through the notebook of my grandfather, this is why I see the importance and the difference today when all the Iranians, you know, they hashtag, they practice solidarity and they say, we love you and we miss you and your death, we care about your death, to the people who have died, and they're in solidarity with the families. So this is a, you know, affective resistance. The politics of love as a form of resistance is something I think that is very important, that resonates with things that have been said here.
Right, thanks for that. And Shilpa, I was just thinking of you while Chaura was speaking, because you're currently translating your great-grandmother's diary. Of course, stories could not be more different, but I also, I mean, thoughts on solidarities and also on what Chaura said.
So yeah, I mean, beginning with what Chaura said in relation to solidarity building and to protests and the ways in which people show up for each other, and the ways in which people indicate that there is solidarity, that they're there, and we're seeing it. We saw it in the Zindagi Azadi protests. We're seeing it now in the various protests taking place globally for ceasefire in Palestine. And it's really interesting that I don't know if you've seen this this viral video of, I think, an Indian woman at Colombia making the Azadi call.
Oh yeah,
Hum kya chahe Azadi, which is a long
Azadi, which is
a feminist,
of course,
right? It's a feminist call that feminists have used in India, and I think perhaps in other Hindi
Kashmir.
Urdu
I think that began in Kashmir and has then come into our cities. Sorry to interrupt.
No, absolutely. So it's very much part of what we do, right? And we saw it in India in the anti-CAA protests where women were at the forefront. And it was, and there was a lot of conversation also around food, right? Food was being brought by different people. People were cooking. There were books being sold. There were performances. So it's very much a protest that was produced collaboratively, a protest that was that was built on solidarity, but a protest that was collaboratively produced. And to talk about collaboration in publishing, to go back to what you were saying earlier, I mean, I enjoy both writing and working on texts, on books, on exhibitions with people. It transforms them because different people bring different ideas. And to talk about the publication of Yari, for instance, it was so exciting to do it with Yoda, because we were having conversations on fonts, on covers, on, it felt truly like a book that we were producing. And with why Loiter, it was much more collaborative writing process, and the three of us still can't leave each other. But the publishing itself was actually not very collaborative. We sent the book, then they sent us a cover we didn't like, then we desperately tried to produce a cover we liked. So it was very it was not collaborative in that sense.
Are you saying it in your are you saying it on record that you prefer Yoda Press to Penguin? Okay, you don't have to answer that.
In the process, definitely.
Okay. I also want to put this question quickly to Bhashwati and Pia, and because you have just last 5 minutes. Bhashwati, solidarity is for you. Shilpa was talking about food, and I was thinking about how there are those lovely evocative scenes of the community cooking together in Victory Colony 1950. But solidarity isn't what they've meant for you.
Yeah, I think Chaura made an excellent point that, the politics of loss is also invariably the politics of solidarity, because when you are dispossessed and you have lost so much, you will band together and form new collaborations, new worlds. So I think Victory Colony is a story of solidarity on every front, whether it's for the refugees itself. There is, of course, no other recourse than to pull together and to collaborate and come together as one unit. But even for the volunteers, they also have to build solidarities, because often their ambitions or their worldview is at odds with what their immediate families think. So they also have to form their own universe and own worlds to resist. So I think even soft forms of resistance call for solidarities, and definitely food is a very, very key element of bringing that. And we are seeing that in Palestine, when the Eid celebrations, if one can call that celebrations, but observation of Eid and how the community has come together and how volunteers are coming together and helping build those solidarities. So I think loss and solidarity are probably like inseparable twins.
How beautifully put. Pia, I think it's serendipitous that we should end with the person who's written on climate crisis, because that looks to the future, and I suppose solidarities or the end, right?
I couldn't put it better myself. When you said solidarity, what it evoked for me instantly in this context was the history of environmental solidarity that we've had in India, with the Chipko Andolan. And so, that idea of solidarity, in some way, in very strong ways in the book, in parts of the book, like the solidarity that people have, and people who live close to the land have with the environment, right? And they don't, when you're talking about like indigenous or tribal land, and then you have gods and goddesses, and we've seen this in the Sundarbans in many ways, that you don't want to anger, but that is in a sense, your solidarity to the forest commons, your solidarity with that we will never exploit our natural resources more than, and we'll never over exploit it. And it's governed by, this whole idea is governed by the sense of solidarity, and really, and it forms the very core, I think, ethos of sort of challenging what can be broadly, what the climate crisis is. And if those kinds of solidarity translate into, forms of governance, right? And especially against the exclusionary forms of governance that, we've discussed in many chapters in the book. And it's exactly that's what the need of the hour is, solidarity. And also just to see that there is no separation between, humans and nature, that this planetary life itself is a form of kinship. So, with that.
beautiful thought to end this conversation on. Sabine, I can only thank you for letting me chat with four incredible authors of mine and four incredible women, four incredible human beings, as you can see, and giving me this hour with them. So thank you so much, Ananke, and thank you so much, Sabine, for making this happen. And yeah, back to you.
Thank you so much, Arpita. I wanted to add something here. While you were discussing about, so let me just gather my thoughts. I wanted to celebrate you, your authors, and what, publishers like yourself, feminist, independent publishers like yourself have done. What have you done? You have produced content that the big five cannot, or the big four, would be hesitant about. So you're a trailblazer. And, other feminists and independent publishers like yourself. So, congratulations on that. We are, all of you are amazing. And it's, we cannot thank you enough for that.
Thank you so much, Sabine. Thank you. I'm feeling horribly embarrassed now. The moderator should not be spoken about.
No,
that's why,
well, moderator is Arpita Das, then yes, definitely.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thanks for the kind words. Chaura, Pia, Shilpa, Bhashwati, so much love for all of you, and please stay in touch. See ya.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye, Sabine.
We have our amazing session, the Trace panel. Nuzhat, it's over to you.
Thank you. That was a fantastic session, by the way. I'm so glad I tuned in to listen to what occurred right before. It feels like with Ananke, I'm so grateful to Sabine for inviting me. I'm so glad we met over social media of all places. And it's such a joy to kind of return back to a South Asian context, which is where I began my own journey as a feminist in Pakistan in the late 70s. So it's just been a joy to come back to it and to reconnect, but also to bring different voices, different conversations based on where we're located here in Canada. But also we're pretty transnational. And so we'll have people whose voices travel across different boundaries. So I'm Nuzhat Abbas. I'm the founder and publisher of Trace Press. We're fairly new, but we have very clear goals. And one of the things that happened for us by the way, it was also lovely to be right after Arpita, who I really admire as a publisher, and also to see Shaura, who I last saw in Toronto in 2019. So there've been lots of fantastic connections taking place over this day. With this particular anthology and what we are doing at Trace, where, as François Vergès, who wrote the foreword to anthology, that we look at translation as both a theme and a practice. And so the kind of text we assemble at Trace look at translation in multiple ways. It's not just straightforward from one language to another, but it's also thinking politically, socially, and in various generic formats as well. And I think all the essays and the essayists we have here today, they write in that way as well. It was one of the things that really attracted me to their work and their practice. So I'm just going to start a little bit first with locating where we are. There's this very performative practice at this point of land acknowledgements. So I'm going to do it, but at the same time, remind us of what is happening right now. So one of the things we do at Trace is we do invite our writers, translators, artists, and readers to question borders and unsettle various forms of local and global colonialism and coloniality. And by local, I also mean nation-state forms, so not just the imperial forms. We do our work in Toronto in solidarity with diverse Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island who continue to gather upon the traditional lands of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendats. This territory was the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which is an agreement within the Iroquois Confederacy and the Confederacy of the Ojibwe and allied nations to peaceably share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. And this question of resources, I think, is particularly important right now because just on Friday, the UN rapporteur had come to Canada, had come to look at what was happening in terms of land defenders and how the Canadian state has been treating them. And so wrote a really scathing report. One of the interesting things, and this is happening right now in the UK with the Society of Authors, where a whole group of writers and translators are holding the Society of Authors, which is the Writers' Union, Translators' Union in the UK, to look at the funding of literary prizes through fossil fuel extraction. And so sort of these connections we have between the extraction of words, which is the work sometimes of translation historically through colonialism, and the extraction of actual resources which are fueling all the violence that we're seeing right now in the world, and how does that connect to sort of the greenwashing that happens in literature? So there are all these things that I'm thinking about a lot, even as I kind of perform this land acknowledgement with you. So just to come back to the book, this is River in an Ocean, which I think those of you who are from Pakistan or South Asia and who know and love Lala Rookh will recognize the cover. If you're in the UAE right now and you had a chance to see this fantastic exhibition of her work that took place in Sharjah, I think it's still going on. If it is, please go and see it because I've heard it's really extraordinary. And I'll come back to why we called it this, because the original title was going to be Unsettling Translation, which is kind of what brings all these essays together as well. So I'm going to start by actually inviting, because I don't want to hear my own voice, each of you to introduce yourself. So we have three. This is our first South Asia focused panel for River in an Ocean. The book has writings from translators and writers who come from Indonesia, Rwanda, Uganda, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, India, Kashmir, and many other places. So, but this is our first South Asia focus. So I'm very excited and lovely to see my very beloved writers and translators together after a long time. So who would like to start? Gopika, I'm going to start with you. Since you're the most awake, Rahat is the least awake. It's 8:00 a.m. where she's at.
It is 8:30 p.m. right now in Hyderabad, where I am. So, good evening, namaste, salam to everybody, wherever you are, whatever time of day it is. I'm very glad that you're here and so good to see you. So I'm Gopika and I wear many hats. I am a poet, I'm a translator, I'm a teacher. And for me, the practice of both of writing, of translating and teaching is interwoven together. And what I do in my classroom comes from my writing as well as from my translation. And what I do with my writing and translation is also informed by the questions that arise in the classroom and in the practice of teaching literature, because literature is what I teach, and language as well. So I'm concerned with issues of language and literature and who we are as writers and as translators, and what does it mean to translate in the world that we live in today, which is with its many divisions, with its many different kinds of dominations. So that is me.
Thank you. Nidra, you're in the middle.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nidra Rodrigo. I am I'm engaged in a lot of community work intergenerational community work. And I'm currently involved in a project to create a Tamil community center in the Greater Toronto area. I'm also working on refugee narratives. So I think a lot about the ways in which refugees are compelled to tell their stories and how people get to tell their stories to define their humanity is very relevant to me and to the work I do. I think about translation in terms of both the way translation has been deployed as a tool of surveillance, of categorization, of dominance, of epistemic violence. And I position myself as a translator away from a kind of white colonial gaze. I position myself in relation to, I think, diasporic Tamil youth, because that's who I envision as my audience when I translate, and that sort of helps me strategize how to move in this space. It's a pleasure to be here to see my fellow contributors to this wonderful book, and to be here with Nizat as well. I deeply enjoyed the previous panel, and it's great to be able to build on that. And I think over to you, Rahat.
Thank you, Nidra. Thank you, Nuzhat. It's great to see you. Great to see you, Gopika. Thank you to the Ananke Festival organizers for inviting us. I'm on the unceded traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples on the west coast of Canada in the colonial settler frontier outpost I like to call Vancouver. Yeah, it's always so wonderful to be with you all. Yeah, I'm really thrilled that to be able to reach a new audience in Dubai at this festival. I'm a writer and a poet. I've started to when I send in a written bio for events like this, for the past year or two, I've begun the practice of describing myself first as the daughter and granddaughter of Kashmiri women. I think I think a great deal about multilinguality. And I think what has really stayed with me, I was born and raised and graduated high school in the territory, this is the traditional territories that Nuzhat is in now, that she just named, not knowing any of those names, being completely deprived of knowing those histories, because we were raised as Canadians. And the wonderful thing was that we were in this multicultural, post-racist utopia called Canada. So it's been a lifetime of unpacking all the damage from that. It's specifically the multilingual, the fact that the multilingual was always constrained to my domestic environment with my parents and extended family. And that once I left my house, once I went to school as a child, the assumption was that, I spoke English and I was a competent student. There was never any need for my educators to ask me about my background. And the older I get, for some reason, the longer that reverberates, that kind of truncation of between the private and the public self, in terms of what I see as my task more and more in different ways, both as a poet and as a critic, memoirist, essayist, to figure out what that multilinguality meant and how I want to hold on to that. So one of my more recent practices has been a little bit of reading Urdu poetry and just initial attempts at translating Urdu poetry into English.
Thank you all so much. I wanted to just start maybe thinking through your essays as well. And I notice you're all very modest, by the way, in how you introduce yourself. So I am going to add a few things. So about Gopika, she did receive Penn English's Penn Presents Translation Award in 2022. So congratulations for that, Gopika. And she's been published in lots of magazines and anthologies. She is also a publisher herself of this wonderful performance publishing thing, which is called 5 Events. And she's also Wasafi's editor-at-large for Singapore, although I don't know if you're still doing that. And also has connections with Singapore. So I think I found that very interesting because when I first got to know you, you were living in Singapore. And I felt her essay, A Tally of Unfulfilled Longings, Translating Dalit Poetry, which is the essay that appears in River in an Ocean. It experiments with image and text to explore questions of memory, history, gender, and caste in relation to language and translation. And it's written, one of the things I've loved about Gopika's work, and really, really love it, is how she works experimentally with language. And also I think because she also has experience in film, it's something I find very, very interesting. And also I'm going to say something about Nidra, because Nidra's just finished, I believe, is that true? All 5 volumes of this quintet that she's been translating from Devakantan's novels, which is an extraordinary achievement. And so big congratulations to you, Nidra. And Nidra also runs this amazing youth thing called Tam Fam Lit Jam. She's been doing it for years, and it really has created space for young Tamil youth in Canada, and it's quite amazing. And she's also working with us. So her essay, I'm going to say something about, but she's also editing our Trace Translating X workshop series. She facilitated that with Geeta Sukumaran, who can't be with us today because she's fallen sick and we miss her dearly. But she and Geeta are co-editing a collection which is going to come out in a few months. So that's something we're looking forward to. And Rahat is an extraordinary poet who has written, and also she's this wonderful mixed genre book. So it's called, the poetry collection is Cosmophilia, and she co-wrote with Kashmiri poet Sumaya Syed this beautiful book called The City That Is Leaving Forever, which is one of my favorite books. And her essay for our anthology was called Ajayk Moods, Letters to Agha Shahid Ali. So all of you who are listening who are Agha Shahid Ali fans, this is a must-read essay. I think Rahat is one of the finest critics of Shahid, who works through his work as a fellow poet, where she meditates on migration, violence, loss, and grief, and the transformation of language through poetry and translation. And to go back to Nidra, her essay for us was Crossing Terrains, Unsettling Thenai while Translating Tamil. And it explores the effects of the Sri Lankan War on language and memory and the careful work of translation in diaspora. And as she spoke, it's one of the things that Nidra, even when she talked about who she writes for, who she translates for, and it's a conversation that she and I have been having, and I'm learning so much always from all of these wonderful writers. So I wonder if each of you could read something from your essay, and also say more about why you wrote that way, how you responded to sort of the call I put out, and what are you thinking about translation as you revisit the essay today. So again, Gopika, I'm going to start with you.
So we had this really long conversation about writing and translation when I first met Nuzhat, and we were talking about how I would approach the essay. And Nuzhat said, you do it however you would like it. And that really inspired me to take a different approach to the essay and not write in the usual academic way. So so this essay then became very personal. It takes from anecdotes from my childhood, from memory, from familial memory, and it combines those with other texts, and then raises questions about what it means then to translate when we live in this, this landscape, this memory scape. If this is where we are in terms of memory and history, what does translation mean in this mindscape? So I'll read a bit from the essay, and the section that I'll read from is called What It Means to Translate Dalit Poetry from Gujarat. I was a bit torn about which section to read, but I think at this moment, at this point in time, this is the section that makes the most sense to me. I do want, before I start reading, I know I should have probably made a slide, but I think one of the things that I tried to do with this is work with text and collage. And this collage is really, it comes from it comes from looking at historical text as well as memory that I mentioned earlier. But here goes. An upper caste Hindu is hardly ever aware of caste in India. The privilege of your caste hierarchy bestows upon you ensures that. In Gujarat, though, it is difficult to be unaware of caste. One of the questions that strangers ask on meeting you is "Tame keva?" meaning what is your kind? What is your religion? Your caste? As a child, I used to reply, "Ame manas." I'm a person. I'm a human being. The irony of the privilege that allowed me that response was completely lost on me. It was only once I began to read and translate Dalit literature that I was able to fathom that those the question meant to identify as lower in the social hierarchy, in the caste hierarchy, would not be able to respond that they were a person, a human being. And this reminds me of a poem. This whole question of being human reminds me of a poem by Gujarati poet, by Gujarati Dalit poet Neerav Patel, which follows here. And I'll read the Gujarati first and then the English. Jantu banine જીવવું કબૂલ છે, મારે માણસ નથી બનવું. મારે ઓછામાં ઓછી ઇન્દ્રિયો ચાલશે. હું અમીબા બનીને જીવીશ. મારે નથી જોઈતી પાંખો. મારે આકાશ નથી આંબવું. હું પેટે ઢસડાઈશ સાપ ગરોળી બનીને. ભલે ફંગોળાઓ આકાશે ઘાસ કે રજકણ બનીને. અરે હું ક્રુસોના ટાપુ પર ફ્રાઈડે બનીને જીવીશ. પણ મારે માણસ નથી બનવું. મારે અસ્પૃશ્ય માણસ નથી બનવું. મારે હિન્દુ માણસ નથી બનવું. મારે મુસ્લિમ માણસ નથી બનવું. I do not want to be a human being. I can accept living as an insect. I do not want to be a human being. I can do with minimal sense organs. I can live as an amoeba. I do not want wings. I do not want to reach for the skies. I will crawl like a snake or a lizard. I do not mind being tossed to the sky like grass or dust. Array, I will live as Man Friday on Crusoe's island. But I do not want to be a human being. I do not want to be an untouchable. I do not want to be a Hindu. I do not want to be a Muslim. I will end here. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really powerful poem, and it's making me think of so many things right now. Nidra, I'm going to go to you.
Okay. Beautiful, Gopika. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm drawing connections between land, terrain that people live on and have their lives and livelihood connected to, and the so I'll just sort of read an excerpt from the essay. I think of destroyed Palmyra groves, and we can think of olive groves here as well, and wonder how a tree can become the target of contradicting identities. Walter Benjamin reasons that translation as a mode produces an echo of the original, while recognizing that words that point to the same object in different languages can possess meanings that exclude each other. Translation cannot reveal the reciprocal relationship between languages, but it can represent it by realizing it in embryonic or intensive form. The retention of Tamil names for trees and places is the intensive form through which I navigate a reciprocal relationship between my heritage language and a dominant one. Anglicized names like mango and moringa came to represent the power takeover of a dominant language as it manipulates politics, ecologies, and economies. Simultaneously, as the moves to Sinhalicize place names of traditionally Tamil areas become normalized, and Google searches no longer reveal Tamil names, translated works hold the possibility for being repositories for rhizomes of cultural and historical intersections, for words that possess meanings excluded by the dominant language. The rhizome repositories appeared more vividly as I returned to translate Rashmi's long poem, E Thanadu Pere Marandu Ponadu. E forgot its name after a hiatus. Rashmi's use of East Coast Tamil was already a challenge for a Colombo Tamil like me, and I had to draw on distant memories of childhood trips to the East before the embargoes were put in place, to think through the cadence of his poetry. Compounding the difficulty was the poet's occasional use of archaic Tamil terms interspersed with neologisms, and the difficulty of translating the horrors of war that had no precedent in the Tamil tradition. So there were no Tamil words for modern warfare, and these were invented in Tamil during the war. But similarly, there's also a lot of human rights language that becomes invented as a result of the war. So close to abandoning this work, I only returned to it after a space of time when I had read his most recent poetry. There in the landscape was the key that gave me a small point of entry to the translation. I went back to edit the section titled Thalayattigalin Kalam, the time of the scarecrows. The east coast of Sri Lanka has folkloric tales and practices associated with two kinds of scarecrows. Talayati, the one that nods or assents, and Viriti, the one that frightens. Kandargal. ஒரு நாள் கழிந்து மறுநாள் நள்ளிரவுக்கு சற்று தாண்டி எரிக்கலையும் கள்ளியும் மண்டி அடம்பம் கொடி படர்ந்து வெற்று கால்களை நெருஞ்சி தைத்த வழிகளில் தங்களது முறைக்காக காத்திருந்த போது மரணத்தை கண்டார்கள். I'm sorry, this is a difficult time to read some of this work, but bear with me because I think it's important for us to sort of talk through these things.
We're with you, Nidra.
They saw. One day passed and the next day, a little past midnight, in the paths. Where Ericale and Kaldi remain, where adamant vines spread, where Nerunji pierced their bare feet. They awaited their turn, and they saw death. Rashmi's poem draws from eyewitness accounts of people herded away by the army for execution after being identified as rebels by a Talayati or scarecrow with a sack over his head to preserve his anonymity. The accused are forced to travel through an arid landscape that signifies separation, one where prickly vegetation reflects the physical and psychic tortures that lie ahead. While the Nilanjana plant is used in many herbal remedies, here it is only a source of torment. Pavalayan ointment Karikdivu was famed. Neat vetrile in Kaladavale, handloom sarongs in Maradamane. In Kalavanjikudi, it was the pattu for fractures, burnt shell lime in Napadam Katte. Torture camps everywhere now, not a town without a mortuary, not a street free of mourning. In this poem, the natural world and livelihood are intrinsically woven, and the names of towns and villages, synonymous with artisanal practices, have become trademarks. The herbalists of Karitivu, the vegetation of Kaladavale, and the artisans of Maradamone are interlocked in relationships evolving from the land. These are also towns and villages with large Muslim populations where violence was perpetrated on their communities. In Susan Blight's words, I find respite. I think we need to take a moment to appreciate what it takes for a people not to forget, when everything in the dominant culture wants us to forget, sometimes violently forced us to forget, created conditions in which it was easier to forget. Rashmi's poems map without hierarchies the histories of Muslims during the protracted war, with the place names acting as rhizomes to unlock a wide array of links between ancestral villages, indigenous border villages, folk practices, relationships to the landscape, and the histories of violence. A once thriving life replaced by torture camps. The poem washes over the reader, refusing to forget the loss and the despairing knowledge of not a street free of mourning. The poem is not a closed book, and in holding on to these Tamil names through transliteration rather than finding an anglicized substitute, I may allow a tear or tear to trickle through the strictures of a dominant power. Sorry, that sort of became a little too literal. Yeah, I think we can talk a little bit more about it later, and how these questions of what is human in the present context sort of resonates with with Rashmi's poetry as well.
I think even when you said, we're all, by the way, weeping with you right now, and we're with you, that even this performance that we do right now as we gather, and it's this sort of literary festival format, but the real feelings that motivate all of you also create these tears in what needs to, I think, happen. I think all the systems and structures we have right now are in question in the current moment, but also have been in question, should be in question, so that the work we all do doesn't just commodify these texts, these books, these things we bring across, so that our practices, however we come to it, keep tearing the fabric of what has been created to force us to forget and cover up. So thank you for that, Nidra, very much. And Rashmi for his poem, of course, always. Rahat, come to you. Would you like to read something for us and also share?
Thank you. Thank you both. I thought I'm really.
You need some time? Take some time. I think we should remind each other. I'll give you a bit of time, but just to remind each other that we are also living through an ongoing pandemic, and we're all bringing our bodies into this place. And one of the first essays we have in our volume actually speaks about the body of the translator. It's Kharani Baraka's essay, which her work as a disability activist keeps on reminding us of the body. But also right now in my family, 2 elders just came down with COVID. So we've had a very crisis-ridden weekend. So it's ongoing. Our bodies are fragile. We're all dealing with the not just the kind of eugenics-ridden world that we're living in right now, but also the fragility of our bodies to disease. So thank you, Rahat.
Thank you, Nushat. I'm just I'm prepared for the morning. I've been coughing in the mornings, and I've recently started a new inhaler from my doctor. Was just, I think, yeah, maybe it was apt coming after Nidra's reading to be a bit choked. And to absorb that. I have always appreciated Nidra's essay for its engagement with the land. And I am going to read a part of my essay that deals with the built environment in Srinagar, where my mother's family is from. Just in general, my essay does take a literary form. It's called Elegiac Moods, Letters to Ava Shahid Ali. And this was inspired by Shahid's use of the Dear Shahid preface in one of his prose poems in The Country Without a Post Office. And just the cadence, it was something that had stayed with me for a very long time. As much as the letters are about Shahid's work as a translator, they are also, for me, they've become doorways into belonging. And the segment that I'm going to read, we could think of it as a door that represents not only my own effort to translate a poem about Kashmir, but to translate that idealized pastoral image of Dal Lake, which belongs to all Kashmiris. And I've been reflecting on this. I've been feeling all the ways that we must inevitably feel collectively, and feeling very sad that we have to struggle against these harmful conceptions of nation state and harmful actions, which have even weaponized, at times have even weaponized our belonging. And I wish I knew how to make that stop. And I will begin. Dear Shahid, on August the 5th, 2021, my friend Idrisa Pandit took a photograph of Dal Lake in Srinagar, Kashmir. Someone had draped Indian tricolor lights around the lampposts that surround the lake to celebrate India's annexation of Jammu and Kashmir 2 years earlier. Among the circle of friends and colleagues with whom she shared the photo, a sharp, poignant reply came from Tariq Shah in the form of a brief poem. Jheel Dal ki behurmati, Dal Jheel ke kinare anokha sa ek satun, raqs uska rangeen, jigar uska khoon, chehre Kashmir pe ek badnuma sa daag, तिरंगे में मलबूस महकूम ये सतून, कूह दमन में उसके राज दर्द व अलम, खंजर दारून दिल सोज ये सतून, रवान उस बेगैरती में घबराहट का सोज, ना तवां ना रवां napainda iksitun. A violation of Dull Lake. A shaft protrudes like a weapon from the shore of Dull Lake, with dancing lights and death its aim. The face of Kashmir recoils from the wound of this lance, wrapped in a flag of martial command. The hills and mountains hid the secret of our pain until our hearts protested the plunge of this dagger. Its presence is brazen, but fear gives it form. Fear makes it a cold, empty, lifeless shaft. On reading Tariq Shah's poem, I realized that even just to look at Dull Lake is to enter into a centuries-old cultural continuum where Kashmiris have expressed their pleasure in its pastoral beauty through poetry and song. So a lamppost and some twinkling lights here represent far more than meets the uninitiated eye. The poem speaks a sadness evoked not only by a symbol of state violence, the lamppost wrapped in a flag of martial command to mark the anniversary of the abrogation. Essentially a kind of rubbing Kashmiri's face in the triumph of the colonial power. But an entire set of cultural markers historically significant to Kashmiris, which do demand to be brought into public memory. If the Indian state has not been able to erase this continuum, it has sought to claim total ownership, even over the right to such pleasure. Earlier in 2021, my mother and I had come across an unexpected story about the installation of iron lamps around Dull Lake. Late in 2018, a municipal authority had replaced the concrete lamps my mother's father, a building contractor who lived for most of his life in Srinagar, had been commissioned to build in the 1950s. My grandfather had decorated each post at its base with the Jammu and Kashmir state emblem, a stylized image of swans, lakes, lotus, and cypress trees. The emblem was now null and void in India's newly annexed Union territory. A Srinagar-based reporter had sent me an article she had written about local residents who protested the removal of the heritage lamps. And someone else had taken a photo of a park, which she also sent me, where the lamps my grandfather made had been left in stacks on the grass. It was like they were just kind of hovering there. And there was like a sense of, okay, well, we can't just like throw these away or trash them, but what is to be done? A built environment which no longer aligns with public memory, the unaccountable replacement of useful objects which were built to last for generations. These symbolic annexations become more legible and uniquely legible to Kashmiris as preludes to displacement, both as state of mind and as a political falsehood. I will stop it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahat. I wonder if any of you would like to comment, because so much was brought up here, and I was thinking, Rahat, with your story about the lamps, which is so powerful. Earlier on in one of the other sessions, I think at Ananke, there was a whole thing on architecture and the destruction of architecture right now. So I think that's really resonating in my mind. Gopika, when you first brought up the whole question in the poem about the human and what is human, and the refusal, the poet's refusal, Nirav Patel's refusal of the term human, it's really in my mind as well. What does that mean as a strategy? And I'm thinking in the anthology of Otania's essay, where she talks about the refusal to translate as well. So even to translate oneself as human is a political strategy, but also to refuse to do that is also a political strategy that refuses sort of this human rights discourse even. And Nidra, there was so much in yours around landscape, around I was just the image of the scarecrow keeps on coming up for me in the poems as well, with all its resonances. I remember us talking about that translation. So would you like to, we only have apparently 5 minutes because there's a technical issue. So just give your last thoughts on the question of translation, how it matters to you in your work as you move even beyond this particular essay, this volume. Each of you, if you could just take a minute or two.
I'll just say, yeah, Nidra, I thought that poem that you read was so, actually both Gopika's and Nidra's poems that they each translated were incredibly powerful. So thank you for that. I'm actually a bit more galvanized. I'm feeling more galvanized politically because of our little session here today. So this is something that I do want to carry forward. In my own work, I'm working on a poetry collection right now in English. It's very much grounded in a feminist practice of the reclamation of voice. But I think I'm feeling quite galvanized by our discussion about land, the acts of the colonial powers or the occupying powers on the actual, face of the landscapes that we inhabit, and how our resistance takes the form of remembering the time before that happened and how that shapes language. So I'll leave it there, but thank you all so much for sharing your energy here.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahat. I'm left with, something that stayed with me when I read your essay was when you talk about Shahid Ali sort of insisting on the beauty of language in the face of, execution. I think it was talking about Julius and Asad Rosenberg. And Gopika, when you talked about, your mother bringing you to be educated, or let's say, where I come from, girl, or baby, female babies are killed. I'm bringing her to you to be educated. And, it all sort of connects to me, who gets to assert that they are human. I was thinking of Kazuo Ishiguro's novel, Never Let Me Go. And, where the characters sort of grown as clones to be sort of have their body parts extracted for others' use, and, how they create art in the hope that it would prove that they had souls. This woman who collects their art says, we took this with the intention of proving that you had souls, and they hope that, okay, then if they were proven to create art that would give them an extension in their lives, right, that would somehow save them from this extraction to the point of death, right? And I feel that, as much as we read that as dystopian fiction, it is in the present. Tamalini, whose memoir I translated, talks about, the female combatant who survives the war and who is told, we need, because she has a shrapnel wound, that when they look for marriage prospects for her, they want an ultrasound and an X-ray to make sure that she's able to reproduce. right? So her body, which had sort of fought for this nation and gone through like meager rations and all kinds of things, and survived shrapnel assault and whatever, had to come out of it and then be scrutinized for what reproductive labor could be extracted from it, right? So these things are never separate, you know, conversations around land and indigeneity, around women's bodies, around children and who is allowed to be human, who is allowed the privilege of life. That these things are not separable from each other. So I really appreciate being in this book with both of you and the different nuances you bring to this conversation. And thank you, Nuzhat, for bringing us together, and to Ananke Festival for this.
Always a pleasure. Gopika, we began with you, we'll end with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nedra and Rahat and Nuzhat for the panel and for the book and for the conversation that we've had today. For me, I think all of us have spoken about a few things that resonate together. And to me, that is about the relationship of language with the land and the relationship of language with the body. And, you know, the body and the land, which both are wounded and both subject to extraction. So I just want, I'm mindful of time, so I'm just going to leave us with a question in relation to this, is that, you know, language also, when we talk about extraction, when we talk about the violence of dominant languages, has to do with privilege. And the question that I want to ask about translation is then that who has the privilege to translate, and why? And this is something that I was thinking about before the panel, and I was thinking that, you know, in India, especially when you have middle class English educated, you think about how easily multilingual you are. And whenever when I'm abroad, when I'm with people who speak many different languages, to me, it is just a fact of being that I can slip easily from one language to the other. And which is why I translate, which is why all of us translate, because we move between these languages. But I think what thinking about this also brought me to today is the question of why is it that I'm able to move so easily between these languages, and what gives me the privilege to translate. I'll just like to read a question that I posed at the end of the essay, which is, can a translator from a dominant culture translating literature from a marginalized community into the language of another dominant culture call their translation decolonial? So to what extent is our translation really decolonial? What is it that we are doing? And can we, with our translation, actually break this sense of privilege that our translation comes from? Thank you. Thank you, Nuzhat. Thank you, Ananke, and Rahat and Nedra for bringing all these questions to all of us today.
And thank you, Gopika, for ending with a really powerful challenge, because I think that is the kind of reason why I brought you all together. This is an ongoing conversation. The word decolonial has been utterly debased in the current moment as well. And so I'm very wary when we use it as well. But that's exactly the kind of challenge that you've presented. And I also want to end with actually something I heard from the earlier panel at Ananke, where somebody, I think a poet from the UK, reminded us that Musab Abu Toha, who is in Gaza, who was from Gaza, who's now in Egypt, but a lot of the poets from Gaza are writing in English, including Rifat al-Harir, who was killed, and precisely so that the world hears them, so that there's a force, an imperative to translate, to speak in English, so that you will be heard. And that in itself is both a violence, but also a capacity that some who are bilingual have. So these are just questions. We're going to leave you today with questions. But we invite you all to please read some of these incredible essays in River and an Ocean, and also to remind us that the spirit of Lala Rukh, whose image is on the cover, reminds us of beauty. And I think, to go back to Nidra's point, that writing and poetry is also a desire for beauty, even in the face of violence. So thank you all for being with us. Thank you so much to Ananke for having us together. And we look forward to the other panels yet to come. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Nozat, Nedra, Rahat, Gopika, for this amazing and insightful panel. Thank you.
Bye.
Up next, we have an amazing session, Verse and Unveiled, Exploring the Poetic Voice. Stay tuned. Namrata, we can begin with the next session.
Yes, I think everybody is here. Abhishek, Abir, Rochelle, Manjari, Vinita. Yeah, sure, Vinita.
Hi, hello everyone.
Hello,
Good evening.
hello. Good evening.
Hello, Sabine. Hello, Namrata.
Yeah.
A big hello, warm welcome to all the panelists, Abhishek, Rochelle, Manjari, Abir. Missing somebody?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your patience. If everyone is ready, I'll hit the record button.
Sure.
Yes, and the floor is yours. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you once again, and thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Ananke. Thank you, Sabine and Namrata, for bringing us all together on this beautiful poetry session, Verse Unveiled, and the healing power of poetry. I want to welcome my fellow panelists, Rochelle, Manjari, Abir, and Abhishek. And I welcome you all to this, this panel. It has a lot of potential because we're going to discuss. I'll just briefly read out what this session is going to be about. It will explore the healing power of poetry amidst a world filled with conflict and hate. We will also delve into the depths of poetry to uncover its ability to provide solace and respite in tumultuous times. Read Gaza, read climate change. Might also include readings of original poetry and discussions on the power of language and imagery in conveying emotions and ideas. So this is April, the National Month of Poetry in many places around the globe, and it's wonderful to be discussing the healing power of poetry. I'd like to begin with you, Abhishek. What would you have to say about the healing power of poetry?
Well, I think for me personally, definitely poetry is something that is part of my physical and mental healing. I use poetry often as a form of recovery. Uh, it's a practice that I've developed over the years, that I write poems to be more hopeful when especially when I'm ill, which is a lot of times because I'm chronically ill. And yeah, so I think poetry in some ways is a place where I often go to find hope and to find solidarity also. And in these times, I think uh, I still go to poetry to find a solace and solidarity which is greater than the individual. You know, be it solidarity across identities, or what is happening in Gaza, or what is happening with climate change, or whatever is happening all around the world. And it also, because I think poets in general are people who are very moody, and uh, and their moods are often affected by weather. And I think one of the things which I realize is that no matter if for example, if I talk to climate change or talk about climate change or not, I will write about climate change just by writing about weather and or catastrophic events. The place where I come from has yearly floods, so I have to talk about it. But more of an internal journey than an external one. I think the external one comes after, as it's slightly performative. I won't lie. It because you performance sometimes helps you to show solidarity in a way that just an internal monologue doesn't. Uh, but it starts off as an internal process. So any kind of healing starts from within. And I think writing a poem, any poem, it's not even about uh, even if it's not about my body or disability or illness, even if it's about the flower on my balcony or things like that, I think it reaffirms your belief in life in some ways, which is what is so difficult these days with everything going on.
Yes, Abhishek, I was finding that a little ironic that it reaffirms your belief in life, because all around we're watching death in a massive way. We're watching the death of the planet, if you want to look at it that way. And if we were to limit ourselves to Gaza for this session, because we have time constraints and we're the five of us speaking on this, so the loss of dear ones and the loss of good old times and the ability to articulate that loss. And I want to quote Adrian Rich here, who said, "Every poem breaks a silence that had to be overcome." So I think that says it all in a way. And also, Alexis Carrel says that man cannot remake himself without suffering, for he is both the marble and the sculptor. So Abhishek, I've read your work and I perhaps understand the space that you come from. But may I now move to Abir Hawk and I want to hear from you what you have to say about the healing power of poetry, and if we were to look at Gaza and climate change from that lens. You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, you think I would know this by now. Yes, poetry has always been my first love, and I went away from it for a long time and then came back to it when I became, and I've always thought that it's a way of connecting in a way to people, connecting with the people who read poetry. I found that in times of great trouble, people post poems, which I think is really lovely, because there's something that poems do for us that no other form of writing or art can. And the other arts do their own thing, but poetry is this really compressed and beautiful way to talk about feelings and to connect with others. And when when I was in New York during the pandemic, when the pandemic started, and I was just sort of like I was in Jackson Heights in Queens, which was kind of the epicenter, and there was a lot of death, where there was like morgue trucks, the sirens were going all around. And, I was just doom scrolling the whole time. And so what I ended up doing to save my own mental health was I put a book of poetry, I have so many of them, on top of my phone. So every time I went to get to my phone, I had to read a poem before I could look at my phone. And I ended up reading like maybe 12 or so books of poetry in that time, in that year, just from, to kind of like save myself from just looking at the news all the time and just looking at the numbers, which is what a lot of us were doing at the time. And so I really have great faith in the power of poetry to heal. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I think that's a great idea, to read poems in times of doom, just to save our own mental health. Yes. Manjari, would you like to add to that about the healing power of poetry?
So I've been writing poems since my early 20s. Before that, I was never writing. And I came to poetry because I was struggling with depression. And there were a lot of things happening in my life at that point. And so I found that I could articulate my pain through poetry. And so in that sense, it was a survival tool for me, because I could write and therefore could make sense. And if I could make sense, then I could just, put one foot in front of the other. And so that is how the journey began with poetry. But I think if we are talking about the power of healing that poetry offers, I would also like to talk about what poetry as a reader did to me. Because when the pandemic happened, I felt like I was so distraught that I couldn't really, articulate what I wanted to say. I couldn't write poetry. I couldn't write prose either. Like there was a period of like almost 2 years where I couldn't write anything. But what helped me sail through was reading other people's works. So if we talk about what's happening in Gaza, it's devastating. But then you also see very small moments of joy. You look at these children and you feel like, okay, there is some hope. If you look at some of the poetry that's coming out from that region, it just gives me so the way I look at poetry is also that it is strength. Poetry helps during times of revolution. Poetry helps during times of distress. It helps during times of marches. And India has seen a lot of turmoil too. It's not just Gaza, it's inside our own home country as well. And so in all of these times when there was attack on Jamia and there was these poems that are coming out, and you would listen and you could hear solidarity in them, right? And so I think Abhishek talked about the performative aspect of it, and I feel like the performance of that poetry is very, very important because it helps people understand that they're not alone. And I think that is how poetry is something that I find healing, because it tells me that there are other people who are experiencing what I'm experiencing, and so it helps me live.
That's right, Manjari. I resonate with that entirely because it makes you feel as if you're not alone in enduring this. That resonance that poetry brings, that epiphany that it creates in us is, I think, priceless. Rochelle, what do you have to say about the healing power of poetry?
Yeah, when Gaza began, the atrocities, the genocide in Gaza, and as it was unfurling, I thought more as a storyteller, which fairy tale with a good, there was no fairy tale, no good ending, no moral that could stand its ground. I suddenly thought all the stories were bagwas, they were bogus. From time immemorial, we were storytellers sitting around the bonfire, telling stories, telling myths, telling the heroes and the heroines' journey. And I suddenly felt that there's no story that can stand, because every story has a good ending, or it has, even if a tragic ending, there's a hope at the end of it. But this seemed to be like there's no story. We have to start anew as storytellers. So, because which story will stand in a world that debates the word genocide while it is happening, while children have heart attacks? I have never heard of such a world. And as a storyteller, this was like, this had lost its earth and premise. And so I don't think as a poet then, poetry didn't work for me during the pandemic, neither did it work for me as a catharsis mechanisms of coping, but definitely writing did. Writing any or every genre, because it was an escape for me. So through the pandemic, through the genocide, and through everything that's turbulent, all the turbulence seeps inside me to just write. So I don't know what I'm writing, but I'm writing. It's an escape. Personally, it's an escape. Of course, then it resonates sometimes with other readers, and it becomes whatever it becomes.
That's right, Rochelle, absolutely. How can you imagine a world that debates genocide? I agree with you there. And may I just add my own views on this? For me, poetry is activism. I write when I have something to say. I may not be marching out on the streets with what I have to say, but the power of words is enough to convey a poet's meaning, his thoughts, maybe even his wisdom and his alternate solutions that he or she might have to offer. And the power of words is, there's a very old cliched saying that the pen is mightier than the sword. I've always believed in the power of words. And writing about war, writing about ecology and the environment, especially in our times when the earth is undergoing a serious crisis, creates a sense of solidarity and community. And poetry somehow achieves that. And in creating that solidarity and community for that cause that we're all looking at together, that I think helps in a small way to heal whatever we are to heal ourselves and to heal the readers as they read those words. And Czesław Milosz, he said that poetry helps people become sensitized to issues and themes. And if I'm not mistaken, it was Seamus Heaney who said that poetry cannot stop tanks, but it does bring about a change in mind. So that change in the mindset is what we are looking at and what we are sort of aiming at. So I think it's a good time now to invite all of you to read your poems on whatever you feel resonates with our panel and the theme. And also, if you would like to read some other poets' work, you're welcome to do that as well. We'd like to begin with you, Abhishek. You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah. So in fact, what I have been reading a lot and what I've been, I just wanted to say, one of the biggest moments for me in terms of poetry was just people reading Rifat's poem all across the world in solidarity. That was such a beautiful moment for me as poets, yeah. So I'll read a short poem. This one is called Spine. I grew a spine at birth, carrying its imperfections with pride, and you called me shame. I fostered a twisted column of bones on my lips with style, and you called me bitterness. I wore hunchbacks like a crown, reclaiming my beauty with stride, and you called me monstrosity. My spine disappeared one day, and I started speaking with guile, and you called me normal.
Lovely. Those last two lines. I mean, lovely in the sense that those last two lines, the sarcasm in the last two lines, sort of gets to me, and the rest of it is, of course, extremely moving and extremely deeply profound and extremely sad. Abir, would you like to read a poem for us?
Sure. I have I've been writing these photo poems, which I call them photo poems, where I'll take a photograph of mine. I don't know if you can see that.
Yes.
That's the mushroom. I'm sort of obsessed with photographing as well. And so they're actually talking about the 7 deadly sins, picking one of them and the prompt.
Okay.
And I picked sloth.
Okay.
And this poem is, what if sloth? What if sloth were a virtue and you won for coming last, for growing in slow motion, crown laurels for listening rather than moving and shaking? What if slow were the new black? Not a sin nor deadly, but lost in the present and alive.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah. Manjari?
And I have a poem that...
Yeah, please.
Oh,
sure. No. Please continue. That's a short one. Please continue.
I just wanted to, this is a poem by a Palestinian poet that who I had the pleasure of meeting last year when she came to New York. And she performed this poem and wrote it in response to everything that was happening, that had happened then. It was just soon after October 7th. And she invites audience participation with the poem. And so you'll see what she means. So please join in whenever you like, and if you want to unmute yourselves. For I love you, say Free Palestine. For snooze the alarm and snooze it again, say Free Palestine. For I need a drink, hold the ice, say Free Palestine. Enter your 6-digit PIN here, then say Free Palestine. For are you seeing someone, say Free Palestine. And for anything pumpkin spice, say Free Palestine.
Lovely.
For I'm freezing, insert my whatever body part here, say Free Palestine. For the Great British Bake Off and Love Island and The Bachelor, say Free Palestine. For separation of church and state, say Free Palestine. For Twitter, I'm not calling that shit X, say Free Palestine. For the limit does not exist, say Free Palestine. Don't say rush hour, say Free Palestine. Don't say happy birthday, say Free Palestine. Definitely don't say happy Thanksgiving, say Lenapeland and Free Palestine. Say sorry, and then say Free Palestine. Don't say humanitarian pause, say Free Palestine. Maybe don't say there are two sides to this story. Don't say conflict, don't say collateral damage, don't say eviction, don't say self-defense. Just say Free Palestine.
Free
Say you're a
Palestine.
demographic, then say Free Palestine. For bedtime lullabies, sing Dammi Falastini, then say Free Palestine.
Free
For fuck the police, say, well, fuck the police, then say Free Palestine. Say no justice, no peace, from the river to the sea, say Free Palestine. That's
Oh, that
Sarah
was
M. Saleh.
brilliant. That was just fantastic. I just love the brazenness of it, and then the in-your-face attitude. And for every simple thing that one asks in daily life, just that whole refrain of Free Palestine. I think we should have all said it together each and every time that you said it. Thank you for sharing that with us, Afi. That was brilliant. Manjari, over to you.
I don't know how to follow up after that because I was like,
I know.
it was so charged up. But okay, so this is a poem I'd written during the pandemic. It's one poem that I was able to write. It's called Brown Paper Bag. We sit in a basket of freshly laundered clothes. The scent of detergent keeps us returning to this corner. We don't care about dirtying the clothes. We care only about the sharp, crisp smell. We don't have places to go. We are down to counting our days spent in one room before we move into another. Our lives demand symmetry. We offer them that. How many days has it been since you last felt the sun on your face? We ask each other, but we have no answer. We sometimes talk about building a swing inside the living room. We talk about starting a restaurant, a grocery store, an orchard. We talk about moving the world inside our living room. So now, when we step out of our rooms, we enter a new world. There are no visitors allowed. There are no hands to touch, no bodies to injure. We just have ourselves. We breathe in each other's carbon dioxide. The borrowed carbon in our bloodstreams keeps us calm. We are each other's brown paper bag. That's what the therapist tells us. When one lives, we all live. If one dies, we all die. In this micro version of the world, we have to fold our limbs and sometimes chop them off. So our big skirts cover our losses. There's a tiny worm inside our terrarium. We don't know where it came from. The world inside our living room holds another life, we say in admiration. It moves in circles. It takes it a whole day to finish a round, like the planet. Our terrarium, says I, is proof of life.
Wow. Wonderful. Manjari, that image of that worm in the terrarium amidst all the COVID and the isolation and the vacuum of being alone was absolutely, it's like a lasting image for me. Thank you for reading. It brought back all the memories of COVID and the isolation and the solitude in a wonderful way. Thank you for writing this and thank you for reading it out to us. Rochelle, would you like to share something?
Yes, thank you all for those poems, Manjari, Abir, and Abhishek. They're so moving. Yeah, I'll just share one poem because I think we have less time, Vinita, because I think it's. So I'll share this poem called. But before I share this poem, the few thoughts that I think before the smothering comes the othering. Long before the genocide comes the us and the thems, the us and the thems, and it first starts in the mind and then it executes itself in full-blown proportions. So when you think of the othering, I think of a personal poem that I want to share, which is just the othering felt in a very tiny garden variety way when I was growing up in childhood. But now when I think about it, I realize that that's where all the othering start, and that's why we understand the other's othering and the smothering. So this poem called Pav. Pav is bread, okay? Hey, Pav Wali. When I was heckled or eve-teased, it was slang for a Goan Catholic girl. Pav means bread. We were supposed to be bread makers, bakers, though no one in our house needed dough, maybe roti with a smell of curry on Sunday mornings. I remember my parents sourcing pav from the pawwala instead, who clinked his bell every evening at our building gates. It was my job to stop playing and fetch the bread wrapped in newspaper. As I quickly raced up the floors, I would dig my dirty fingers into soft bellies and grab cloudfuls of bread. Sweet Eucharist melting on my tongue. I fluffed the crusts in a way that looked full, delivering their emptiness to my mother's dining table. And the haiku? Best-selling award, no one congratulates my best friend. Best-selling award, no one congratulates my best friend. And the second haiku, child raped, trolls discuss her fate. Child raped, trolls discuss her fate.
Lovely, Rochelle, as always. Your poetry is always so evocative and it brings alive the place that you're talking about. I can almost see that coast, you're talking about Goa or the Konkan coast. It just brings alive that place. It brings alive the culture that's being represented in your poem. And the haiku that went with it was so impactful and just sort of tied it up with so many different perspectives and made it all that more deeper and more profound. Thank you, Rochelle, for reading it out to us. I thought I would just read one poem by a Palestinian poet and another verse. This is a poem by Muhammad El Kurd, and it's like all war poetry, it's very, very sensitively written, and I loved it. Tonight we die as a family. At the hospital, the nurse is startled. A surprise visitor, her husband's corpse on a stretcher. He arrived in the back seat of a taxi, a makeshift hearse. There are not enough ambulances in Gaza, and more than enough death. She is livid. Men never listen. I told you, wait till after my shift. I need to tend to the wounded first. I told you tonight we die as a family. We were supposed to die as a family. That was one small, brief poem, but extremely impactful. I absolutely loved it. And I'd like to read something on climate change. It's titled, Explain This. Lands maimed by croplands, skies gashed by power lines, trees usurped by roads. The hacking blue of desertification, a planet's broken palette. Irrevocable scattering of the gift of life, mounting figures of those last to last. We witness, through tight-lipped, narrow windows, species vanishing. In Vietnamese, the word for both tree and sky is Zan. Green and sign in the same syntax, a colloquy for earth, life cherished against the bosom of a word. Will our eyes get used to the ghosts of those no longer on the food chain? A paw print missing, a passerine never molting again, frogs sinking, the pyramid poorer. Phantom pixels of those who've ceased to exist, arranging and rearranging themselves, acquiring enough pelt to nudge our knuckles, stir our conscience, a tibia fossil gathering moss and lichen, our hands empty. So, just a few last comments from everybody.
That by?
Yes, Abir.
Who was that by?
That was by me, yours truly.
Oh my God, that was fantastic. I loved it so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Any last words on what we've just discussed and read? Abhishek, something? Abir,
Okay,
yes?
I loved Abir's poem. I think
Yeah.
we should all do it, assemble one day and do it together.
Yes,
Like
I
proud.
agree. I agree.
I just
Abir,
wanted to thank you all for reading your poems. I feel like in this just time of just such sadness and sorrow, it is such a gift to be able to listen to you, each of you read work. It makes me happy.
Thank you. Rochelle?
There's so much to say, but there's so little time. So it's like I would only like to thank Sabine, Namrata, and all of you, because I think these panel discussions and this space allows you to think deeply. I mean, what we speak is in time limitations, but it opens up so many vaults and venues of thinking and allowing yourself to think, permitting yourself to think. That's what we're losing in this day and age. So
Yeah, it kind of
thank you.
stays with you and lingers on in your mind. You're right. Absolutely. Yes. Manjari, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I was just thinking that the poem that Abhi read could be just, adapted perhaps to our reality and to several other countries in South Asia. And like maybe we could
Yes.
like get together, like do a adaptation and a performance of the poem. But also I was just thinking that like everybody, like Rochelle, when you were talking about Rochelle's poem and you mentioned Goa, and I've only been to Goa once, but in my head the image was of Mumbai, the Bandra bakeries, the South Indian bakeries, and that's what I was thinking about. And then Abhishek talking about his poem Spine, or the other poems that were read. What I was thinking was that like there are different things that move us, but what grounds us is this common human condition that like everything affects us. There is no such thing that we can't be moved by, be it like a small struggle in a city or a person with disabilities writing about their struggle. It's just the human condition is just so profoundly unique and yet so common. Like it all of us share it if we want to. And I think that's what I was thinking while everyone was reading their poems.
Absolutely, Manjari. Absolutely. And
Just one thing. I think
Yes.
poetry is always about shared healing. And that is the most beautiful thing about poetry. And so, yeah.
That's very well put. Very, very well said. Yes, indeed. And I also feel that we sort of isolate traces of eternity when we share poetry with each other. And somehow we get fulfilled, these words and these emotions and the inspiration with which these poems were written kind of fulfills us. And as Rochelle said, they linger in our mind and way beyond when the session is over. It just stays with us for the rest of the week or the month even. I would certainly think that. And I just want to thank Ananke for this wonderful space. I want to thank Sabine and
I think
Namrata.
comments there in the chat if you want to read.
Yes, sure. Yeah, so I think Abir has mentioned Sarah M. Saleh, whose work it was that she read and who impressed us all. And she also says it's a communal art. Thank you everyone for your comments. Anything to add? Are we in good time, Sabine?
Vanita, if you could also share the first poem that you had read and your poem also, if you could find it somewhere.
Yeah, my poem is there on, it's published in the Global South, which is a university journal of Mississippi, University of Mississippi.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other poem that you read?
The other poem is, one second. Tonight We Die as a Family was written by Muhammad El Kurd, Kurd. Muhammad El Kurd. There's actually an account on Insta that's posting Gaza poems, and I read them every day.
I was thinking that I've read this somewhere, and
you must have, yeah. In fact, most of those poems are very, very memorable. They're all short poems and extremely impactful, but I was very moved by this one in particular, so I chose to read it. So, just once again, thank you. Yes, Sabine.
Thank you so much, Vanita, Manjari, Abir, Abhishek, Rochelle, for this wonderful session. I truly enjoyed it. And like all of you, I was, saying not out loud, but yes, free Palestine. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and it is so interesting that you mentioned Sarah Saleh. She's actually doing a reading tomorrow. One of her recordings will be at
that's awesome.
AnankeWLF Fest tomorrow. It's scheduled for tomorrow. So I appreciate that. I just saw her name and it immediately clicked me. Thank you so much for such a beautiful discussion, such a powerful one. Definitely a lot of things to take back and very moving here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for bringing us together. Good night and bye.
Good night.
Up next, we have another amazing session, the Neem Tree Press panel. So over to you, Archana.
Thank you, Sabine. Just wait till everyone is on. Then we're just waiting for Faika. Hello, Safina. Hello, Hina.
Hi, Archana. How are you doing?
Good,
Hello.
good. Thank you. Hello, Faika. Great, good that we're all on here. So I just want to say good evening to everyone, yourselves, but of course anyone else who is watching us. And so I'm Arsha Sharma. I'm the founder of Neem Tree Press and want to welcome everyone to this discussion on South Asian fiction. Thank you very much to Sabine Muzaffar for organizing another fabulous Ananke Festival, and we're really grateful to have this sort of space for us to discuss this topic. So I'm going to ask you to all introduce yourselves briefly. Obviously, you are all wonderful Neem Tree Press authors, and we are incredibly lucky to have you in our stable of authors. And we hope to have you for the long run. But obviously, the way that you all came to writing and the subject matter that inspires you is quite different. Your writing styles are very different. And you're, so perhaps Faika, if I can start off with you, and then I'll go to Safina, and then I'll go to Hina. So if I could just tell the audience a little bit about yourself, what got you writing and the subject matter that inspires you, and then we'll go around. So don't take too long because we have the rest of the discussion to do. Over to you.
Thanks, Archana. It's lovely to be here. Thanks to Sabine and everyone who organized this session. This festival, in fact. This is a tough question for me because I don't know, it's been a very unconscious journey for me. It's not that I decided to be a writer or I decided that this is the kind of story I'm going to tell. I think it's a very organic journey for me, and I wish I had something profound and interesting to say, but this is what my journey has been.
And what topics inspire you to write?
Everything.
Okay.
Everything inspires me.
Okay. Safina.
Hello. Thank you for having me on this panel. Do you want me to briefly introduce myself as well?
Yes, please do. Please do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm Safina Danish-Elahi. I am a lawyer by training. I am also a writer and the founder of Reverie Publishers. I've written 3 books, the last of which is The Idle Stance of the Tippler Pigeon, published by Neem Tree Press, which has also been nominated for the Asian Fiction Prize 2023. I have earned my MFA from Emerson College. I'm also a fellow of the International Writers Program by the University of Iowa. And the book, the question was, what inspired me to write this? Or what are the themes that I deal with? Okay. What inspired me was a story that had been at the back of my mind, but it was just not coming out. It's a story about a pair of siblings. It's a story about their house help's daughter. The dynamics and class dynamics of Pakistan have always been sort of a forefront for me. And it deals with themes of mental health, of friendship, of grief. So I wanted to revolve a story around it. I knew where my story was ending. I didn't know the beginning of it and the middle of it, but I knew how it would end. And I think that's how I wrote it.
Perfect. Faika, we might come back to you, but let's do Hina first and then.
Okay. Can you all hear me? Hello, everyone.
I'm Hina Shamsi, and I'm the author of 2 books. My journey of writing is by chance. I'm an author by chance, not by choice. And I think I will owe this to the pandemic when I had so much time to myself and I was extremely bored. I started writing a satire, which is called The Quintessential Fat Girl. Beautiful is not a size. And when I started writing, I found it to be so cathartic that I didn't want it to stop. And today, 2 books and another one, hopefully, with Neem tree by next year. So that's my journey.
Absolutely. And Faika, do you want to just talk about the books that you've written, just a little bit before we go into the discussion?
Yeah, so my first book was published by Penguin India in 2017. It's called The Sounds of Clay and Water. And my second one is coming out with Neem Tree Press and Penguin India next year, inshallah.
Inshallah. Great. Thank you. So with that, let's move on to the bulk of the discussion. So definitionally, South Asian literature refers to literature that is composed by authors in the Indian subcontinent and its diaspora. But obviously, South Asia is enormous and said to be the most linguistically diverse region on the planet, with an incredibly rich indigenous literature in a number of languages. Less than 1% of all translated literature published in the US during the past 10 years comes from a South Asian language. But I believe the University of Chicago is going to be changing that. They've got a very generous benefactor now, and they're going to go off and translate a lot more. So before we start this discussion, I just wanted to clarify that what we're discussing is South Asian literature written in English by a South Asian author based in South Asia, which is a very small part of this vast canon, but obviously an important part of this canon because that is how we access a global audience. For better or worse, because of our historical past, English is a common language amongst many South Asians. And it's a language that we can all reach out to parts of certainly of the English-speaking world. So one of the questions I want to start off with is, for authors like yourselves writing in English, is the term useful? Is South Asian fiction a term that is something that you hold on to, that you define yourselves by? Should we be using this term at all when talking about books, particularly written in the English language for a initially a local audience, but potentially a global audience? So with that, who would like to take that first? Faika, do you want to take that first?
Sure. Okay, you know, these little boxes that we put writers in, female writer, women's fiction, South Asian writer, none of that matters to me when I'm writing. It's just my story to tell. It doesn't matter where I'm from, or, you know, it's not a conscious thing. But whenever I write, I know 3 languages. I know English, Urdu, and Punjabi. I've read in all 3 languages. All of that is me, where I was educated, where I've lived, where I've traveled, who else I've read. All of that is within me. So when I write, is it really a South Asian story? Because, you know, there's so much that is in me, as Ghalib said, you know, Anjuman, or was it Iqbal? But, you know, there's a lot in a human being. And I can tell the same story 5 different ways. So when I start writing, I pick a path. This is the path that I'm going to take. And I could have taken 4 others, 5 others. So it's just what you feel like at that time, where you are at in that specific time, what experience you've had by then, what calls to you, which character, which voice is, you know, important. So I think it's all very organic, and it's not, it shouldn't be put into boxes at all.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Safina, what about your perspective? And do you feel that you are representative of the region or a country when you're writing?
I'll go back. Well, Archana, I feel like, I mean, I can't deny the fact that I am from South Asia. You know, my parents have lived here, you know, for their lives. Their grandparents have been from Pakistan. So there is this cultural element that, that is very, I'd say, very present in my writing. So when I talk to my parents, it's in a particular manner that I talk to my parents. It's not to say that I don't know what people, in the UK speak like, or people in the US talk like, or what themes they get involved with, but I have been socialized in a certain manner, and there are some cultural nuances that I need to explain in my writing for a global audience. And I think that the themes that I work with, that is a commonality shared by all readers. But the way I write, and if it's a South Asian character, then yes, I think there is going to be some part of that character that comes out from South Asia, and there are going to be things that, other readers from other countries might not understand unless I take them through the journey. And I felt that doing my MFA as well, the book that I'm writing right now, I had to explain myself a little bit more in some instances, because it wasn't as clear as one may expect, because a lot of readers are not exposed to other nationalities and other ethnicities. So sometimes it's easier for the writer to do the explanation than the reader to research on the book that they're reading. I mean, we do expect the readers to be intelligent, and we do expect the readers to be, to understand the text, but there is a reader bias and there is a writer bias, and I think that common themes are something that I personally work with. But my writing is, it is essentially South Asian.
Hina, what about your perspective?
It is not a conscious decision to be called the South Asian author, but I think it's by default. The experiences I had, the kind of life I've lived on this part of the world, it's by default that my writing would reflect that, and my characters would show that kind of imagery and the richness of culture. So it's not a conscious decision that I want to be labeled as a South Asian author, but it's just by default that my storytelling is of a certain way. And I now feel that with the globalization and the outburst of the social media, other cultures like the South Asian culture, they are no longer aliens. I mean, if you walk on the streets of London, there are so many people who look like you, who talk like you, who behave like you. So we are no longer the aliens. We're celebrated. So if we don't want to be associated in a box or put in a box, that's fair. I mean, because now everything is just so global. But it's just by default that our writing is like that, or my writing is like that.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting because, when we pitch your books to the sales force, as two of the books we'll be pitching in New York, it's an interesting thing. What do you lead with? And obviously we lead with stories and characters. Because for us, it's the stories that's most important. But I think what is interesting is how authentic the book is, and obviously your backgrounds reflect the authenticity in a book, as long as it's not limiting, to say that, well, does a South Asian writer only write about South Asia, etc. So, and certainly in Safina and Faika's books, you go outside of the geography. You have, non-South Asian characters in your books, etc. So it's a very mixed milieu, as is life, as is your lives. But continuing from that, and actually a little bit of what Safina you said. What about language that you use? So we've published Sylvia by Maitreyi Karnoor, and we had a glossary which had all kinds of different languages that the word was in. So do you, when you're writing in English, do you try and be very selective of the South Asian words that you may or may not use? Or do you just write freely, and if there needs to be a glossary, or should there be a glossary? So sort of a discussion on whether glossaries are useful in this very global world that we speak about, Hina, or actually should we leave it up to the author, to the reader to find out for themselves? Safina, do you want to tell that one first?
Yeah. Great. So yes, glossaries are immensely useful. And I've got that feedback from a lot of people who've read the book. And even because this book is already out, so I've kind of, received feedback from readers as well. And readers have been from all parts of the world. And sometimes even moderators who moderated my sessions, they have come to me and said that, we're so thankful for the glossary, because sometimes you lose the meaning of the sentence. If I've used, something from Urdu and they don't have that, then, Googling something and it gives you like too many options. So going back to, to the back of the book and understanding what I'm trying to say in English, but peppering it with Urdu to make it, sound like it's said in Pakistan. Something, even things like Abba and Amma, and for example, I read a Vietnamese writer and a Nigerian writer, and they also use their own languages in referring to their relations. So I feel like sometimes you have to use your own language to convey the authenticity. But where I can substitute it with English, I do. But I do feel that glossaries are very important. And I mean, again, a lot of my friends from the US and UK who read the book have said that it's been very helpful to just kind of go at the back of the book and understand what it's written about.
Excellent. Hina?
I think they're very important. But I think I'm a bit lazy. If I have to go back at the book and check it, I will probably not as a reader. So I would prefer it as footnotes. In my second book, Love Not, I've used a lot of words because it's a cross-cultural story. So there are Turkish words that were used, and I've used them as footnotes. And it gives a clear picture to the reader as to what I'm trying to say as an author. So I think they're immensely important. Otherwise, the meaning could be lost.
Okay, so just to let you know, from our perspective, having had experience, we just never put footnotes in a fiction book. We just don't, because you want it to be completely free-flowing. Otherwise, our sense is that readers might view it as slightly academic, as or non-fiction, which is not. So we generally because obviously the readers can be from all kinds of backgrounds themselves, and so may or not know. So with our book, there'll be no footnotes. If there's, it'll be in the glossary. So Faika, what do you think about glossaries and the notion of foreign words for the global reader?
So I feel that if I'm writing in English, it should be in English as far as possible. I only use Urdu words when I'm trying to create an atmosphere which is specific to that scene or a certain character who must or needs to speak in a certain way. I feel that whichever language I write in, it should be as pure as possible. I think it's more consistent that way. But it's not that I don't use Urdu words. I do. And only when I really feel that there's no other alternative and this is the word that would create that atmosphere, transfer the character's will or imagination or identity better.
Yeah. And obviously, I think with food, all of you have to, you're not going to make up a dish that is of that particular culture. So I think some of this you might have covered it, and you all have a slightly different stance on it. But do you are you writing for a global audience when you write? So I think Faika, you just said you just write regardless. Yes. Does anyone feel that they are changing how they write, knowing that it's going to go out to a global audience? Would you write differently if it was just for, let's say, a Pakistani audience, or because not even South Asian, right? We're talking, South Asia is huge, right? So it's not that anyone is writing for a South Asian audience. You're writing for your local audience. So do you think that you would do it differently, Hina? What should we start off with you?
Okay. Yes, I'm conscious of the audience that I'm writing for. How can any author be not conscious of the readers? So I'm very well aware of the audience that I'm writing for. But I would not alter the story to please the reader. The importance lies in the plot and the characters' struggle. And if the portrayal is effective enough, any audience will hopefully appreciate it. But linguistically, one may alter the story, but not in essence. So if I'm writing for the American audience, I'd probably choose the linguistic that is appreciated, but not the essence of the story. No.
Right. Safina?
So, like you said, some words work with the American audience, some words work with the British audience, but largely I don't feel that I write for a specific audience. Like, I'll just give you an example. Nobody says inspector in the US. So if you put that word in, they're just going to be like, they're just going to say this, what is this? This doesn't work. Again, trash can versus a dustbin. So there are a lot of words that work that way, but I don't think I alter anything for a specific audience. But yes, one thing that I do is that I'm very aware of the spaces that my characters are in, the locations. And I've played around with that in the idle stance as well, in the new novel as well. And I have to make sure that that makes sense. So, if a character is in Lahore, or if a character is in New York, or if a character is in Melbourne, then anyone picking up a book from, a Melbourne reader should not be able to call out that, I wasn't in Melbourne while writing this. I mean, I did research there as well, but they should be able to say that, okay, a person in Melbourne who is from whatever ethnicity, I usually write South Asian characters, but a South Asian person in Melbourne is going to be experiencing these things with this, with this eye. That needs to be correct for me. The storyline won't change, but the specifics will have to be, correct for me.
Of course. Faika, anything to add?
No, I agree with Safina there that it's basically about, I mean, when I think authenticity, that's what I think about, not whether I'm representing South Asia or Pakistan or a Muslim woman. I don't think that should be, something that the writer thinks about, because every woman is different. Every Muslim has a different story. There's a story, in every person, and some have multiple stories. We have different stories at different stages of our lives. So, I mean, when writing a character, these are all the things that I think about, because nobody's static. A person is not the same throughout their lives. Therefore, even in a book, you should have that awareness that, is my character going through a change? Is there an arc? Or are they just, static? That would be boring for me.
Okay, interesting. So let's move on to stereotypes. When you're writing, what do you think are the common misconceptions or stereotypes about South Asian literature that you may challenge in your work or subvert in your work? Are you conscious of that when you're writing, or once you've finished, or any other books that you might have read and you thought that you might have edited them differently, or the characters very caricatured? This notion of stereotype and is I think an important one. Faika, do you want to start off with that?
I don't know. I mean, some stereotypes are true, so you can't escape them. But there is this thing that South Asian readers have about South Asian writers, that is there a mango in the story? Is there monsoon in the story? Which I find very irritating, because I mean, I have a literature background from O levels to my 4 master's degrees, and I've read British literature and American literature and European literature. All the writers do talk about wherever they are geographically placed. Wordsworth wrote about daffodils and, English countryside, the Lake District. Milton and John Keats were very much into the classical Greek tropes. So why not? I mean, Arundhati's God of Small Things has monsoons, has mangoes, has all of these things. And it's one of the most beautiful books I've ever read. So I think our readers also need to be educated a little bit. They have this prejudice against their own literature, I guess because of post-colonial hang-ups. And I think they are certainly very much in play still.
Interesting. Hina, what do you think?
The stereotype exists. There's no denying that. We know that earlier South Asian writing was written to please the West, and the characters were all poverty struck, struggling to survive, sitting on a donkey, traveling 300 miles to get a bucket of water. That's what was appreciated. That was something that was expected. So the stereotypes have been there. But now I see a very welcoming change in the stories because the readers are more educated and they are more open to the cultures that are available at a click of a button. So it's no longer an alien culture for them. See, Southeast Asia is 8 countries, and the literature is so monolith. We categorize everybody under the same yardstick, which is so, I don't know. I mean, it's just not justified. But now I think the barriers of stereotypes are breaking. The favorite topic, the identity crisis, I think we've overcome that. And the characters have found their identity and they're cherishing their culture and they are enjoying the process of storytelling. So we've come a long way.
Okay, so I think you feel that we are truly living in a post-colonial era when it comes to
we're getting there.
We're getting there.
Slowly, but we're getting there.
Yeah. Safina, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I agree. A lot of her writing from Pakistan specifically was about, terrorism and extremism and violence. And we see, like, Hina said, a welcome change in the stories that are being written and the stories that are being published. Saying that, I also feel that, a lot of stories still have that oppression of women and victimizing the woman in their storyline, and I feel that needs to also start to change. I'm not saying that there is no oppression. Of course there is. We're far behind the Western world. There's a lot that we can still work on, but I personally believe in the character's journey rather than just labeling them as this sacrificial lamb or this I don't know, acid attack victim, or just that victimhood that women specifically in South Asia have to portray. It's difficult to read and it's difficult to almost sell a woman who has agency, a woman who's coming of age, a woman who's modern, a woman who's working. I think that is still, for screen and for novels, it's still kind of new, so I would prefer if the stereotype was removed from there and the characters' personal journey or the common themes that sort of anyone can understand, not specifically only South Asia, because themes of friendship and love and grief and mental health and even religion to some extent is somehow common. People, the belief in God, it can be in different forms, but there is a common element to it. So it doesn't need to be stereotypical, but just this, this oppressed woman needs to kind of go out of our just structures.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I'd just like to add something.
Yeah.
I feel that we are talking at two levels. I mean, we are talking as writers, or are we talking as publishers? Because publishers look at books differently, and writers are, looking at things differently. When I'm writing, I am not thinking whether this book will be published or will it be, read widely. I'm writing to tell the story that I need to write, that must be written for me to be at peace, right? At that level, are we thinking that these are stereotypes, or we should not have oppressed women, or are we just telling the story that we have to tell? And I also like to think that I would not like to be so blinded that I cannot see the oppression and the donkey cart and the water bucket. They are still there. I don't need to tell a story which is not true. I also don't want to, readers in Pakistan are obsessed with the image of Pakistan. So-and-so wrote this story and you destroyed the image of Pakistan. No writer can destroy the image of Pakistan. It is the Pakistani nation that will either destroy or make the image of Pakistan. No single person can do that. Neither is a woman the keeper of religion. And, Islam is not in danger, because of women. So these are the things that really bother me. And perhaps you can see those in my work as well. So I think, first of all, we need to think as writers and not as publishers, because it's not my job to see what book will sell. It's my job to write the best story that I can.
Yeah, I think you're probably right that as a publisher, I have a different hat on. But I think that as you all develop a readership base, that readership base has certain expectations that have been, developed over time with your first novel, second novels, etc. And so I think it's and as a publisher, obviously, we need to see but although to be fair, when I did, we didn't take the three of you on because you were South Asian authors. I'll be frank. When I read submissions, I am not thinking about the background of the authors. I'm thinking purely about the story and the characters. And I think that probably makes us a little different from, other publishers who may be looking for, I'm not saying, well, but, token fit. We've checked the DEI box now because we've got an author from here and there. So certainly, and it may be my background. It may be my background that is actually very global. Of course, centered in South Asia, but certainly very global in terms of where I live. So I look very much to stories and characters and, what appeals to me, actually. And then I hope that appeals to a global audience also, because we need the books to sell. So if we step back from,
can I add something to this?
Yes, also? Of course.
Yes,
of course.
See, nobody is blindsided about the oppression. We all know that it exists, and books have been written about it. And I think somewhere deep down, we all want that voice to be heard. We all want to be standing for oppression when we're writing against it. Now, but your question was that, are there stereotypes? What I was trying to say was that there are stereotypes, and every other book that was appreciated by the publisher had the same kind of storyline. It was all about oppression. It was not about normal people who go to work, who have challenges at work, or stories about normal teenagers who go to universities. Most of the stories that were appreciated by the audience, the global audience, and by the publishers, and then that is what is reflected when we are developing a readership, is the stories have just one theme, that is oppression. There's no denying that it doesn't exist, but there are other themes as well.
Yeah.
Again, isn't that something that publishers demand? Publishers demand that kind of writing, and so people are writing that. But if you are not concerned with publishing and you write what you want to write, that is what will change, the literature of this part of, and there is diaspora as well. So they have their own themes and issues to deal with. And people who are living in Pakistan or India, or who are, domestic, their issues are not the same, or not similar at least. But when those stories go to the publisher, they will not think that this is from Pakistan, or this is from Pakistani Britain, resident. You understand the slight nuances that are there, but for the publishers, they don't exist. And it will only our stories, the difference in our stories and the nuances of our stories will only be heard when we are focusing on what we want to write. That is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, and you all are, all of your stories are very authentic and unique to yourselves, and very well researched. And I think it is very clear from your stories that you weren't in any way, shape, or form catering to a global audience. You were writing authentically your stories, and that's what I appreciated. And in fact, we would say that for any historical fiction, any translated fiction, etc. As long as the book is authentic, and the stories and the story arc rings true and the characters ring true, that's all you can hope for. So, what do you see the future of South Asian fiction for writers yourself, or are there certain themes that you think are going to be common over the next 5 years or 10 years? Are there important things that should be written about? Yeah. So Hina, do you want to tackle that?
Yes, there's so many themes, but I think if I'm thinking about a story, I would think about something that would resonate with a wider audience. And it is a conscious choice to write a story that would resonate with a wider audience. Themes that are common globally, not of a certain part of the world, but I would want to write about themes that are, like my first book was about body shaming. I think that is such a global issue. People can't say, oh my God, that's a South Asian issue. That's everywhere in the world. People are body shamed for their color, the race. So when I'm writing, I would want to introduce stories and plots that have a global appeal, or a wider audience can relate to it, or it resonates with a wider audience.
Sorry, Safina.
Yeah. I actually see a lot of science fiction picking up. It's very interesting to see. We've just published through Reverie a short story collection, and it's very interesting because before my MFA, my own reading list would not have a lot of horror, fantasy, speculative fiction. But I think it's growing on me, and I think from South Asia specifically, this is something that I'd never read before, and I'm quite intrigued by it. I don't write it myself because I think world building is something that my logical brain does not do yet. I usually stick to the themes that are close to my heart. I want to talk about real people. I want to talk about family dynamics. I want to talk about a saga. I want to talk about how people deal with trauma in their childhood. But it's really interesting to see even so the Booker Prize winner, Shehan's book, Seven Moons of Mali Almeida, was also, it falls under speculative fiction. And the Booker, being a Booker Prize winner of this genre is a pretty big deal. Both actually awards, the International Booker Prize and the Booker Prize, was won by South Asians. So I do have a lot of hope in global publishing. Hopefully it won't just be a quota. Hopefully it won't be that it's not our fit because we've already taken on one South Asian author. Like you said, that I hope that the commonality of themes is looked at more than the origin of the writer. But yeah, speculative fiction is something that I really would love to do, or like a thriller, like a murder mystery.
Baika.
I read everything. Like I love fantasy. I love YA. I love witchy stories. I love literary fiction. So I've never said to myself that this is something that I can't do or won't do. It depends on what I want to write. I mean, I have written fantasy under a different name. I've written romance under a different name. So, I think it's just where you are at that specific time, what kind of story appeals to you, which character comes to mind, and then I just follow the voice of the character, and there's this whole universe attached. So for me, it's just that character is the strongest thing. Henry James said character is plot. So it is that way for me.
Yeah. Safina, are you finding a lot of young upcoming writers in Pakistan? Do you have a lot of hope, regardless of where the country is politically, or do you think because of where the country is politically, that actually that's engendered a slew of, young people who want to get into the creative arts or who find a catharsis in that?
Yes, definitely. And like Faika was saying about just being a writer, I can't separate myself from being a writer because I have the publisher's hat as well. So when I look at, when I'm reading something as well, it's almost like editor, publisher, sellable, comps, like all those words start coming in. So I think unconsciously in my writing as well, I do look for things that are universally acceptable, that people will understand. And coming to your question about young writers, Archana, you won't believe the kind of writing some of the students are doing. Not novel length. I've recently read a lot of short stories and taken on 1 or 2 novels as well. But they're so talented. I mean, we don't have great infrastructure in publishing in Pakistan yet. And I feel like I'm not able to provide them with what kind of deals they deserve or the kind of exposure they deserve. But the writing that has come to me has been just so fantastic. I wish that I could do like, I don't know, 20 books a year. I'm doing like 5 a year right now. But it's striking, and I get so many emails that they want to intern with me. and just the thing is that it's difficult to have people intern with me when I'm doing, very like, it's almost personal work for me. So I can't have them sit, in my office and sort of teach them at this point. But there's a lot of interest. There's a lot of interest in writing degrees. There's a lot of interest in publishing. There's a lot of interest in editing. It just needs like a thread to put them all together. But I think there's some fantastic writing coming out of Pakistan.
We're yet to develop a community. We're yet to develop a community where everybody can join hand and work with each other.
Hina, there are communities, there are little pockets, but the thing is that we're all joining hands. We don't know what to do after joining hands, so all of us are like, oh, we're going to support you, and we're all friends and we're writers, but where do you go from there, right? Like, I think across the globe, what's happening is there are beta readers, there's platforms, there's agents, there's there's a lot of feedback. Right now, we're not able to give feedback to each other, like honest, raw feedback on what your manuscript looks like, what your query letter should look like, how to approach publishers. So there's a lot going on there, but I don't think there's enough frankness yet. I mean, for example, I'm part of maybe 6 WhatsApp groups, and that's a lot. I can't even see all of them in a day. But we just don't know how to kind of take all of us together.
That's true. That's true. We're really far behind in that.
That's interesting. Maybe there's a way to facilitate that. Let's talk about that, Safina. No, maybe. So are there let's talk about the publishing industry and how you guys accessed it. And let's take Neem Press out of the picture, because obviously, we are publishing all of your books, but we'll just talk about your experiences trying to get your books published internationally, how that's been. Have you felt in any way, shape or form sort of any sense of tokenism? And I'm not laying that as a bogey. I'm just simply just sort of asking you. Or has it actually been a fairly easy transition? Is there anything that you would advise young readers to do differently than the experiences that you have all had? Hina, do you want to start off?
It has been a different journey for me. I was so many unexpected turns that I wasn't expecting that things would turn out that way. My first book was a self-published book, and I was surprised by the response it received. I was completely sold out by the first month. I had this much money to invest in the first edition, and I was completely sold out by the first month. And I didn't know what to do next. I was like, oh my God, where do I go? Who do I contact? And then if you've built a name for yourself, second and third books are fairly easier because you've already had that kind of readership or recognition. And things are a lot easier that way, but not for the first book. The first book is a lot of sleepless nights and oh my God, what are people going to say? Is everybody going to hate it? What's going to happen? So a lot of uncertainty. When you're thinking about publishing, not writing, because you've written the book to whatever you felt that way. Mostly first books are so true, and they are more rants than storytelling, because you just want everything out there. You're so full of it. So for my first book, I had to face a lot of challenges. Till a few friends advised me that I should go for self-publishing, which was also, it worked out really well for me. I'm very happy that I did it that way. For my second book, it was easy because since I was since my books were kept in that store, they had already contacted me way before I'd written my second book saying that if you write again, we would like to publish. And for the third book, somehow I was lucky to get hold of Neem Tree. So it has been fairly easy. But my inbox is full of young writers who ask me how to publish a book. I don't think I'm equipped to give them all the details because for me, it has been a trial and error kind of a journey. I've made so many mistakes and that I've learned through them. So I really don't know how to help the youngsters who message me or DM me and ask me about, please help us, give us the contacts of your publisher, or how do we write a query letter. I'm not sure how to help them, which is, I feel sad. I don't want to sound pompous, but I sometimes have to tell them that, I really don't know what to say to you. So publishing a book in Pakistan, and if you don't have a very solid background, is difficult. But then somehow things fall into place if you're really at it.
And Faika, you are in a slightly different position in the sense that you're agented. Were you agented right from the beginning, or how was your journey in publishing?
I was agented by Meera Kapoor from India for the first one. And I mean, it was a wonderful, collaboration while it lasted. But then I wanted to, sort of move away from, after the ban that happened, the book ban from Pakistan. So that was very problematic. And Meeta was also, sort of saying that we don't know what's going to happen. So why don't you start looking elsewhere? And I started then, looking for agents in UK and US. And I was very lucky to get Annette Crossland. And, I had already I was midway into writing my second book. And I sort of spent a lot of time with my books. So I feel that it was fairly easy for me both times because, I mean, the books were picked up by wonderful publishers. What else can you ask for? So I feel I was very lucky.
Safina.
Archana, quite honestly, multiple rejections, multiple doubts, querying agents, querying publishers, meeting people, submitting to people, prizes, you name it. You kind of, it's almost like being thrown in the deep side of the ocean and not knowing how to swim. Once you have a story, a lot of people think that, once you have a great story, it's, just going to be picked up. I'm very happy to hear that Faika was able to, and it was picked up, but a lot of times it doesn't happen. because a lot of times what happens is that the publisher or the agent is not looking for your kind of story. They have a very set structure of what they want to publish, what they're going to be able to sell. A lot of book club fiction, a lot of high-paced contemporary fiction. So if your work is slightly more literary, or it fits into one of their, again, South Asian boxes, or whatever the case is, then there is going to be rejection. So anyone asking me, I'm going to upfront say that it's a difficult process, but not an impossible one. One needs to make sure that your manuscript is in its best shape and form when you start submitting. Not that you've written half a novel, or you've written 10,000 words and you say that what do I do from there. It should be either by you, or by a professional editor, or by a friend who can give you feedback. It has to be in its best shape and form, firstly. Secondly, I feel that you need to know how to query. You need to know what to write to a publisher or an agent as well. If you want to be taken seriously, or if you want a good book deal, or if you want to publish globally. My book has been published in Pakistan, both my books, the poetry collection and the novel. And the novel was converted into a drama series, but the one that has been done by you guys, the Idle Stance, has definitely received much more recognition, because it has a global platform. It's been nominated for an award. It's been read by people. There have been multiple book clubs that I've been invited to. And that's because of, I guess, our legitimacy that comes with being published out of Pakistan. And so many book clubs that I attended, they were very they understood the book really well. Whether it's a book club, it's an online book club of people from all over the world, or a book club in Pakistan. But I just say that it's not an easy process, but it will happen for you if your story is good, and B, you know how to sell it.
Yeah. No, this has been a really interesting discussion. We're out of time, and I feel like we could have gone on. Maybe we should organize a Neem Press panel and bring a few more of our authors in, including the men. So we wanted to keep this all women, but I think the men would also add, quite an interesting perspective. So thank you all very much, and thank you very much to Sabine again for allowing us to host this panel on Ananke's platform. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabine. I don't know how you've been doing this since morning.
Thank you, Sabine.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nina, Faika, Safina, and Archana. It's been amazing having you on board. And thank you, Neem Press, for being our amazing allies.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Good to see you again. Bye.
Hi, Amna.
Hi, Sabine. How are you doing?
Good. So we can go straight to the panel, and what was open.
Sure, let me just check in with my panelists. So I have Soya here. Hi, Soya. Anika. Hi, Anika. And Hanya's also here. Hi, Hanya. Sorry for the delay. There was a technical snag earlier in the day, I think. So everyone's panel got pushed a little late. I hope everyone's doing well. Thank you so much to Ananke for organizing. This panel is being live streamed on YouTube and I believe Instagram, if you want to let anyone know. But they're trying to keep the Zoom panelists only, just for reasons of privacy. So if you want to share the link at a later point, go ahead. And if you want to let anyone know that they can watch the Zoom live, they can go to the Ananke YouTube page. On YouTube and Facebook, sorry about that, not Instagram, right? Okay, yeah. All right, I'm just gonna do a quick round of intros. So thank you all for being here. Anika is a writer and translator based in Lahore, Pakistan. Trained as a historian, her writing explores the intersection between gender and the politics of space in South Asia. Her poetry and nonfiction have appeared or are forthcoming in Meridian, New Ohio Review, Southern Humanities Review, New Plains Review, Lakir Magazine, and others, and her writing has been nominated for the Pushcart Prize twice. She teaches writing at LUMS and is the founder of The Creative Room, an online interdisciplinary humanities focused on South Asia, through which she teaches classes on gender, spaces, city, and the self. Hania Habib is a writer and researcher based in Karachi. Her work has previously appeared in Litro, Banjara Magazine, and Wasafiri Magazine, where she was shortlisted for the Queen Mary Wasafiri New Writing Prize in 2022. She currently teaches comparative literature at Habib University. Finally, with the belief resting on the importance of art as a way to resist and archive, Zoya is a writer, researcher, and independent journalist. She has been published locally and internationally and is a recipient of various fellowships. Zoya is always looking forward to understanding the relationship between public spaces and the people who occupy them along the lines of socioeconomic class, religion, and gender. Welcome, everybody. Let's jump into questions. So our first question is a little broad, but our battle today is essentially about feminist writing from Pakistan. I'd really love to know from each of you how feminism informs your work as writers, but not just as writers, also as reporters, also as teachers. So whoever would like to go first, go ahead. And yeah, let's get started.
Should I go ahead? Sorry, Amna, you're muted.
Sorry, I muted myself before I responded to you, but yes, please go ahead, and then we can have us.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Amna, for the wonderful introductions. Thanks so much for your generous words. I'm very excited to be here and to be here with Hania and Zoya and you talking about our writing. So when I was circulated, this kind of like brief kind of summary of the kind of things we want to talk about, I kept thinking about this very basic question, which is like, how does feminism intersect with your work or inform your work? And it seems like a very difficult question to answer because it's not, this question presupposes that there is some separation, between feminism as a concept or as a theory and the kind of writing that we do. Whereas in fact, a lot of people I know, and this is one of the things I've been noticing a lot recently, are feminist in a lot of the things they do in their orientations, in their work and their writing without knowing or being aware of or explicitly embracing the category or the word feminist even, or even knowing that they are doing feminist things while they're doing those kinds of writing. So it's like a huge privilege to be able to say with some awareness, okay, this is the kind of work we're doing, right, as writers. But it's a very deeply personal question because when I thought of like, how do I answer this question? I kept thinking of how, because there are so many forms of implicit and subtle violence embedded in a lot of women's lives, not just in South Asia, but of course globally as well. But if I talk of myself as a Pakistani woman, I think early on writing became this place for resilience and this place for kind of resistance, where I was able to kind of become alert to all these forms of tiny invisible violence that's exerted at so many levels, right? Like the state is one level, the family as a space is another level, so many patriarchal relations that inform our lives as women. So my most immediate recent experience has been, again, personal because I write a lot of creative nonfiction. So I just had a baby 5 months ago, and all the writing I've done has interestingly been about this very difficult position that I find myself in, where I am a mother, but I'm trying so hard not to be the mother that my mother was, even though she was a wonderful mother, just because I'm so conscious all the time of how that generation of women,
mothered in a specific way. Again, the way, as I said, like the conversations we're having today, she wasn't aware of what it means to have rights as a woman the way I do. She probably wasn't talking about feminism the way I do. So this constant kind of dilemma of, not being that woman of a previous generation and wanting to be like a more freer woman, with greater autonomy while I mother my children. It's so interesting. I keep thinking of this kind of like constant conflict and resistance that's embedded in our lives. And so, like, what does it mean to be a feminist and a writer, or how does feminism impact like the work? It is very much the work itself, understanding what it means to be a woman in Pakistan right now, understanding what it means to be like a woman in my own body and how I mother my children, what it means to be a woman writer, then what it means to be a woman, like a female teacher in Pakistan. At all the levels, I think gender is a huge, huge part of how I understand my positionality, the privilege I have, and kind of so much else. So I think we'll dig into it more, but I think these are just some kind of like preliminary thoughts to start with. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Anika. I really hope that we can come back to some of these things that you've brought up further on in our discussion. Let's have Zoya and then Hania.
Okay, hi. Thanks, Amna. So I think that when I think of feminism and how it influences my writing, or like just think anything in general, I do agree with Anika, because I think it's something which it's like so, subconsciously there all the time, that you can't really separate it. Like, you can't sit like, be like, okay, fine, am I like writing as a feminist, or am I writing, as a Marxist, or, because I think there's so many intersections to it. And also, I think if I think of like my own writing, so I have been writing this since a very long time. Like, even when you are a kid, and then you're writing a lot of like random things, which might not seem like very coherent now. But for instance, whenever I used to write, I used to write about these things, like for instance, like as random as about like climate, something, because I think at that point you are like concerned about those things, and about dolls, or like even something like child labor. And as I grew up, I realized that those themes stayed with me somewhere or the other. And then for instance, if I when I talk about my own writing, like for instance, this one time I think I got, like, there was this one story I wrote for this Indian magazine, and they had asked, they had said, okay, oh, we would like you to, like, write about, let's say, strong, brave women in, like, in Pakistan, like something on those lines. And so when you think of these things, they're like, very, very much out there. So, like, for instance, if you think of a brave woman in Pakistan, like, I'll probably think of, someone like Asma Jahangir, like, who was out there. But at the same time, what I chose to write about were about, the idea of enforced disappearances, like missing persons. Because I feel that is something which is like so tied to feminism itself, even though we don't think, like, we don't look at it that way. Because whenever this happens, it's the women who have to step out. Even those women who would never, like, who won't even think of it, like, for instance, 60-year-old mothers who would never think about, going out on the street to, like, ask about their husbands or their sons or cousins or whoever. So I chose to write about those women. And then I realized that also, like, some way or the other, I also started weighing my faith in those terms. Because, like, I think for me, like, my faith is always, like, present wherever I write about it. So I think in those terms, whenever I'm writing about, any poem, and I think a lot of times when we think about ourselves, or like our bodies, we do know about, how we think of our, let's suppose, in a queer space. And so when we are thinking about, oh, how does feminism impact that, what happens is that if I sit with myself and I'm writing about, if I, like, if a piece of poetry comes to my mind, I don't think I'll be writing with this, conscious thought, oh, I'm writing as, like, as Zoya the feminist. Rather, what will happen is that some way or the other, there will be, like, motives or themes which will be recurring. Like the idea, something which I like strongly believe about is occupying public spaces. So I think so whenever I'll be writing, there will be like, some point of a character of like, this theme where there will be a road in Karachi. Like, it can be like really busy or somewhere. And like the character will be placed somewhere there. At some point, even in poetry, you'll see like, there'll be some mention about, let's say, you'll be seeing the sky, you'll be seeing, somewhere on the road, it can be a shop. Like sometimes it's like very busy. Like, and obviously I'm thinking of Karachi because like, I grew up there. But in those terms, because I feel that as a person, I strongly believe in the idea of like women or non-men basically occupying public spaces. I think that theme will be there, even if when I don't like, really, I'm not thinking about it. I think this is how it kind of like really mirrors what I think. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And we'll definitely talk a little bit more about public and private, I think, in a later question. But I do want to give Hania the chance to also voice her thoughts.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of what Anika and Zoya already said. And I think that the one thing that I would just add maybe for myself is I feel that writing for me has always been about exploring what is sort of intimate and what is sort of personal. And I've always sort of seen it as perhaps like the only space where what is intimate and what is personal can become significant. So I've always sort of seen fiction or storytelling as kind of like a place where a very personal politics can come into view. And that's always been for me really like associated with also the women in my life. So I kind of really think of the feminist politics similar to what Anika and Zoya were saying, not as the sense of like I am consciously making a decision to write politically in this way, but more as like what kind of space am I trying to create? And I think because I sort of view it as a space where there is, you already mentioned this kind of blending of public and private. It feels like a space where those politics just sort of naturally manifest. And I think it speaks to my teaching experience as well. I teach a number of courses. Not all of them are about gender, but what I've noticed is whenever I teach something which is very explicitly about gender or explicitly about feminism, it's sort of the one setting in which students really want to talk about their lives. So they obviously they want to talk about, we talk about all these broader social structures and all of these wider societal issues. But in this one course on gender studies that I teach, I actually have students keep a journal where they like journal about the readings that they do. And it's the only course in which I do that, because what I feel is that the topic is such that even though we're talking about histories and governments and, colonization and all of these broader things, there is something very intimate about it. And students want to talk about both aspects. So I feel that writing and storytelling kind of bring those things together. And for me, that's kind of the feminist aspect of it.
Thanks so much, Hania. So it's fantastic that we've already started talking about the public and the private in our kind of introductory remarks, because that is something that I really wanted to base this panel off of. I feel like so many feminist writers and so much feminist writing from Pakistan addresses these questions of private and public. And I think a lot of it is to do with the fact that as a woman, you have to constantly sort of navigate these ideas, whether those are ideas of the domestic, such as Anika brought up, through thinking about motherhood and that kind of sort of battle, which many would say is inevitable, comparing yourself and maybe even writing it out, or through, as Zoya pointed out, writing about women in public space. I'd really like to know a little bit more from each of you about how writing helps you navigate these things. Is this kind of a personal exploration? Does this become political? What do you think writing's relationship is to, how a feminist writer and how you in particular navigate this public and private that many of us live our lives through? So let's start again with Anika, actually, and we can keep kind of going in this pattern.
Yeah, thanks so much. I was just kind of like thinking of how to condense my thoughts on this, because this is like something I'm obsessed with. So I don't know how to condense it into like, a coherent, like streamlined answer. This is what I'm living, thinking, writing all the time. But I'll kind of like mention just one exploration, as you said, of the public/private that I've been thinking through a lot and trying to write about, which is this question that for me stemmed from this text that a lot of us like teach or have read as literature teachers and writers, Virginia Woolf's essay, right, A Room of One's Own, written in 1929, I believe, and she talks, of course, about this idea that a woman must have money and a room of one's own, right? And I've been thinking a lot about this, about what it means to need to have a room of one's own and what it means for women to have access to a room. And I keep thinking of this entire history of women where women did not have a room of their own, or if they did have a room where they were writing, it was in a house that was always owned by men. Where they, as, I don't know, daughters, wives, mothers would spend their entire lives building families or raising children or supporting other people without ending up with any kind of private ownership, even of a room in that house. And women were often writing in very, very kind of muddled and congested and cluttered spaces. So the writer I keep thinking of is Ismat Chughtai and her autobiography Kagzi Hai Perahan, and that's the kind of environment that you then see in her stories, which is this kind of home as a private space, but a private space that's so cluttered, so layered with people, with their conversations, with their lingo, with various levels of dialect. With children, she was also an elite woman, so domestic staff, various men and women, entire families. And she's kind of writing in the midst of that, and most women writers, I imagine, in history did not have like a private room that they were writing out of. So I keep thinking of this, a lot of writing comes from that kind of space. And then, like, if I look at my own life, especially since I had children, because the domestic space of the private space of the house becomes so layered with social relations and all their expectations and demands, there is often a very honest, vulnerable moment in the day where I want to just flee from home and I want to go to a public space. And I've been thinking about this thing of, having access and the privilege to go to a public space like a cafe and sit down alone. And there's a moment in the morning where I drop off my son and I go to this cafe in Lahore. And I notice it's the same 3 or 4 other women who are there every day. And they're usually sitting alone, and either they're scrolling on their phone or they're just having a coffee. And I was talking with this about my sister, and she said a very interesting thing about like the most commonplace thing we're all witnessing. She said, for our generation, what it means to go to a cafe and get a coffee, this whole act is so kind of rich and layered and deep. Like, we need to really deconstruct this. Like, what's going on? Why is there this need to go to a cafe and, let's say, get a coffee to unwind? And I was thinking of that in the morning when I saw these women, and there was something so comforting about there being other women there at that time who are having this very alone moment before they go head back either to the house or to other spaces, I imagine, to the office, which is both public, which is a so-called public space. So and this question of me sitting there and having a very introspective and honest and private moment with myself in that public space, much more than I am having in as that moment of privacy in my home, which is supposed to be a private space, it really for me opens up and kind of what's the word, challenges this whole binary of what it means for a space to be public or private, and all the connotations that we've seen in academia and social discourse in the last 20 years of what this means, right? Like in the course that I teach on spaces, cities, self, we always keep talking about what defines or what are the conditions that make a space private or public. But I think that's being increasingly kind of challenged in the moment we're living in. And so I think I was thinking of the answer to this question as like a collage of these instances visually, like a woman sitting in a cafe, and then a woman being inside the house, and then a woman trying to write in the clutter of domestic life. So yeah, these are just some preliminary thoughts, but I'd love to hear what everybody else thinks.
Thanks so much, Anika. Yeah, let's have Zoya and then Hanya.
Okay. So I think that when we talk about public and private, it is obviously for instance, when we talk about the demarcation, it seems very broad. But I would, just for the sake of discussion, I would also want to bring in digital spaces, because they do exist, right? And even in that, the idea of public and private becomes like really kind of like messy, because that space is like you can't really, it's not there, right? But it exists like if I say, even right now we are in a digital space, and it's also kind of like intertwined with our own private spaces. So I think in that way, the whole concept of space becomes like really fuzzy in some regard. But to to for instance, to go a little deeper into how we write about it. So I think for instance, maybe when you look at like for instance women like poets, and so whenever they spoke about, let's say when Praveen Shah is talking about romance, or like the idea of loving someone. So it's like how it's between public and private, because at one point you would want to go public about the person you love, whoever they might be, but at the same time you also have to like be a little aware of the private space, and like keep it a little private that way. So I think in those lines, public and private becomes like very interesting. And when it comes to my own writing, I think like like for instance, when Anika was talking about the idea of motherhood. So I think that for instance, when so I got married like 3 years ago, but I think for me, marriage was like more of a footnote kind of a thing. Like, it was something like, okay, you just have, like, ho jati hai. Like something, if someone asks me, okay, I go, so okay, yeah, just happened. So I think so for like similarly, because I do think of it, of motherhood a lot as well. And I do think it'll be like something, so like, oh yeah, it just happened. And not like, oh my God, this is the only thing, I have to do. And that's something I'm sure differs when it comes to like, our mothers as well. Because I'm sure motherhood is a very important concept when it comes to feminism, feminist writing. So I think in those spaces, because when you talk about marriage, it's a very private yet very public affair. So I think in those times, and when I look at like women around me, especially women I am friends with, and that's not the best thing, because then you also like live in your like in your own echo chamber, because they all are like thinking like you. So like for most of us, like shadi was something is like something which we don't really talk about so much. It's like okay, yeah, it just happened. But at the same time, when you look at how state kind of like controls the movement, and like controls so many things. So so I think so for instance, you as a writer, and you as a writer who's married, you as a writer who's a mother, or you as a writer who's a teacher, like there's so many roles going on. And then for instance, when the writer steps up, like when you step in the public space, so like are you just yourself, or like are you being viewed as someone's maybe wife, or like someone's mother in that regard? Because I think when you are married, yourself being a daughter is like left really far behind. That's doesn't really count so much as being a wife or being a mother. So I think in those terms, that's something that's very fascinates me, because it is also like, it also impacts my own how I occupy digital space. Because whenever I'm, let's suppose, when I'm on Twitter, when I'm on Instagram, and I'm like writing something, like for instance, it can be microfiction, it can be like like longer posts which we use, like that. I'm sure even these days we are using our Instagram to like write, like kind of like protest and like write about stuff. So I think in those terms, space becomes a very interesting aspect to talk about, and especially how I view myself when I'm writing about it. Then I'm like constantly thinking like, am I being viewed as, as just me, as a journalist, or like as Zoya the writer, or like, as Zoya who's also associated with someone. Because before I went up, I'll just like give a very small example. Like, I wrote about, because I use bike here a lot, like, in Karachi and any cities of Pakistan. So I wrote an essay about it, and it got like really popular in Pakistan. And for some reason, like, like the idea, and I hope I get to write about it like later as well. For me, taking a bike or like occupying public space has not been a big thing, because I think I also come from Karachi and I have had supportive family. But I found out like, 2 years ago or something, that someone from my in-laws was like, they did not like that piece. They were like, oh yeah, she's that, kind of a woman because of, what she's writing about. So I think in those terms, spaces becomes like a very unique concept. Yeah. Thanks. Sorry for taking much time.
Thanks, Zoya. Let's have Hanya.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a good answer to this question, because it's something that I am struggling with a lot. I feel that my writing is a lot about the self. I write a lot about my personal life, my personal relationships. And even when I'm writing about others in some way, I'm like writing about me. And the thing that I find myself thinking about a lot, and like kind of going back and forth about a lot when I am writing is, I kind of feel when you start writing about yourself, there is this light narcissism, for lack of a better word, that like comes into it, like you're like writing like my life needs to be examined and put on a pedestal and seen through that light. And I feel very strongly about not letting it become that. And so something that I have been thinking about a lot is how to write about what is very private and personal and the self, but in a way that sort of doesn't become very individualistic or doesn't become very egoistic, and kind of transcends just the self. And I don't really know, I don't have a good answer for like how the self translates into the collective. But I feel that with writing, those things are always intermeshed and they always sort of inform each other, maybe even unconsciously. And I was recently reading this interview by Sarah Tanker Matthews, where she was like talking about how her activism relates to like the fiction that she writes. And she said this thing that like really kind of resonated with me. She was basically saying that, art and politics, like they do obviously bleed into each other and inform each other a lot. But she said that, art still has within it the capacity to be not necessarily utilitarian, so like, in other words, that there's something to art that is not just for a like concrete material purpose. Like there's something more to it than that. And I kind of like feel inclined to agree with her. And I think like that's sort of where I am right now, where I'm like, there is something about this that is like precious and personal and intimate and special. But that obviously there has to be, I feel, some like bigger, I don't know, connection to what you're doing.
Thank you, everyone. So many things to think about. I do want to also talk a little bit about texts, because of course all writers are also readers. It would be great to know what is a text that you read recently that you loved. And this can be anything. It can be fiction, nonfiction, it can be academic, it can be poetry. And then a text that you come back to often. So yeah, we'll start with you, Anika.
I'm wondering if someone else wants to go first, because there's like something, a particular line from a text I'm reading that I want to read out, that I want to look for. So I need a minute.
Yeah, take your time. No worries at all. Hanya or Zoya, would either of you like to go first?
I don't mind going first. I don't know about recently, but a text that I keep on coming back to is I've read multiple times, is The God of Small Things by Arundhati Roy. I've taught it to my students a few times. I've read it, I don't know how many times, and I've read it since I was very young. I think I was in O levels or A levels when I first read it. And I think for me, like especially at that age, she was the first author I had read who, took these like really big ideas of like history and colonization and nation and all of these big things and condensed it into like this very real, tangible set of characters and these intimate relationships, and really used those as a way of talking about all of these bigger, more quote unquote political things. And I found myself just going back to her a lot. I think she also does really interesting things with language, which, as someone who writes in English, I think often there's this idea of like, acha, so English is just like equals elitist writing, and obviously not to take away from the sort of material reality behind that, but I think that in God of Small Things, she does play with English as a language a lot, and she writes it in a way that almost like unpacks its own elitism. And I thought that was such a like clever, conscious way of saying, yes, I write in English, but also I know the pitfalls of that. So I really love her work. I think Ferrante does something similar with like her writing also. But yeah, I come back to that book all the time.
Thanks so much. Some great writers that I'm sure many people have read, loved, and learned from. Yeah. Anika, do you want to go next?
I can go ahead if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
I've been like, so I feel like something interesting that's like happening these last 4 or 5 months is that books are no longer like a part of my, like the vocab of my mind almost. Like I don't remember reading a book or picking up a book. But I have been reading a lot of like Substacks. And it's interesting to me that I'm like generally very critical of like stuff you read on the phone, and there's like so much research that all the stuff we're reading on the phone, we don't absorb the same way. Especially जब हम technology पे, चीजें पढ़ते हैं, we absorb them differently, and the charm, like this old school charm of like holding a book, etc. But I think just with the kind of postpartum overwhelm I've had, like books are completely out of the question. But then it's exposed me to this like wonderful writing that's happening on Substack, and so many good writers. So Write Like a Mother is a a series of interviews by this American writer, Sarah Fredman, who interviews women who are writers and mothers. So a caveat is that yes, a lot of the women she interviews are super successful women with like writers with like, books published and access to publishers and like all of that. But the interviews are so amazing. They're like so private and she gets right. जो public private की भी बात हो रही थी with your previous question. She's in the heart of the private. She's like, how do you afford childcare if you have to write? She's like, okay, like when you're sitting and you're at your table writing, like who's doing the dishes? Acha, where are you writing? Like if your little toddler or whatever is like infant is crawling around you and that's the sounds he's making. And if there's like, what's the word, like leaking breast milk, like how do you do like a Zoom meeting teaching with that kind of reality, So she's talking about all these like fabulous, really messy aspects of being like a writer and a mother, which I think are not just even about being a mother, they're just about like being a writer and a human being and being a writer and a woman. So that's like interesting. In general, like that's stuff I'm reading. But the specific text I want to quote is this essay written by my colleague and my friend Marukh Amir, who's a young writer from Pakistan, and she was teaching the Young Writers Workshop with me last year, and that's kind of how we met each other. And she has written this essay on friendship. It's called The Despair of One's Own. I think it's called The Despair of One's Own Life. And it's like this review of Sheila Hattie's book, Alphabetical Diaries. But abhi बहुत interesting बातें. I think one of the things I noted down Zoya ne ki, which I really found interesting, was that she basically talked about how both love and marriage are things she thinks of in terms of the private as being both public and private. And I think Hania said at one point she feels like there's this narcissistic element in writing her own self, and going deep with that self. So I think Marukh's essay in an interesting way kind of touches somehow both of like the things you're saying. She's talking about friendship as this very intimate emotional connection, and of certain friends as being these human beings with whom we can take that risk of revealing ourselves. And then there's this very nice line where she says, gossip is like dialogue without interiority. And she distinguishes like friends who, she says, there's gossip, that's like one level of conversation. And then there's like a monologue that you can do only with the line that I wanted to read out, which I think is like fabulous, is this moment where she's just talking endlessly about herself with this friend, and she says, interrupt me, quote unquote, I say to my friend, who is haloed in clean, fair light, when I don't know sentence. For this, so it's like some things that this is like, I thought this connects with my whole and about that right, and I think was talking. This essay was great.
Thanks so much, Anika, for sharing. I think that my internet lagged a little bit there. Okay, I think it's fine now. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, amazing.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing, Anika, and also for talking about Marukh and her work. Marukh is another Pakistani feminist writer. And if you're watching this and you're a young writer, both Anika and Marukh will be teaching the LUMS Young Writers Workshop this year as well. So if you write fiction, there's a month to submit, so please do submit. Yeah, so it's been fascinating to hear everybody's like different perspectives on feminist writing and like the where we converge and where we diverge. And so I think that this last question, although it is also broad, I think, and we don't have too much time, but I really would like to ask all three of you, which is, what are we writing and working towards? And if you don't feel comfortable thinking about we, it would, an I also suffices. So I understand that sometimes, I tend towards the collectivist a little bit, and that's, also okay. But if you are thinking about your writing as kind of a solitary activity, which sometimes is extremely important, I think writing is essentially quite solitary, and you really have to like get in there and do it on your own at the end of the day. Doesn't matter whether you have a community of writers or you don't. At the end of the day, it is largely individual work. So I would like to know what all three of you are working towards in your writing. And that doesn't mean a material goal, but something that is more than material. So an imaginary, yeah. I think, yeah, we just had oh, I'm so sorry, Zoya. Sorry about that, Zoya. My internet lagged and I completely forgot. Let's come back to you. I'd really like to know what text you'd like to talk about, and then we can go back to my final question. Go ahead.
No worries, no worries. Okay, so I think something that I'm reading these days is and I'm sure you all have probably known about it, and there's so many people we know in it. It's called Feminism of Our Mother. It's a collection of essays by a lot of like Pakistani writers. So I'm reading that. It's like like it's nice to see how I think Anika has stopped that. Yeah, but
maybe her internet is,
yeah.
but we'll come back. I'm sure she'll join again. Go on.
So I think that's something which I'm like, like I am reading these days. And apart from that, I think something which I go, Anika. So I think something which I like, I often go back to is generally poetry. And like, something on the lines of, let's suppose for Praveen Shaki is someone I'm like reading these days to see how, because like, she wrote like very like different kind of like themes in terms of like, for instance, the idea of just the self and in a very different way. And so I think that is something which I usually go back to. And I think one short story which is like which lives in my head rent free is the yellow wallpaper. For some reason, like it's like always there, and it's not like it's like it's not even like you're in a bad place or something. Because when I read that short story, I was in my university, and it didn't really seem that big of a deal, if I'm being very honest. I was like, okay, but as you grow up, you're like, oh yeah, it's like it's something. It really like sticks with you. So I think that's something which I usually go back to, and yeah, and I think we can go to your next question.
Why don't we start with Hanya this time, as I think Anika is. Oh, hi, Anika. Okay, cool.
Just come back, yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's start with Hanya, and yeah, I'd really like to know what it is that you're writing towards, and by which I'm not talking about a material goal, but really like what is sort of in your spirit, and what are you hoping to kind of, reveal or work towards through your writing?
Yeah. I think I do a lot of retrospection when I write. So a lot of my writing is like, unlike something speculative, it's like looking back in time and like looking at things that have already happened, usually in my life or in the lives of often my mother, my grandmother, people who lived before me, and trying to understand better. And so I kind of feel like what I'm doing in some ways almost like archiving, but archiving in a way where I'm also trying to really examine what it is that I'm archiving and how it's being archived. So it's almost like going into the archive that already exists and looking at the story that hasn't been told, or the story that I would be interested in knowing more about. So for example, I lost my grandmother 2 years ago, and it wasn't until after she passed away that I learned that she was actually the person that I grew up my whole life thinking was her mother was actually her stepmother. And her actual birth mother passed away when she was very young, and her father remarried. And so she had this very different life from what I had initially assumed. And so it's things like that that I think really draw me in, like the stories that sort of perhaps exist in every family in a sort of unspoken way, and kind of what it would mean to not center them, I suppose, or look at things from their lens instead. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. And it really ties in well with your thinking of the self, which is not really so much thinking of the self through your writing, but really thinking about this kind of relationships between women and often the secrets that women have to keep, that can be sort of, I guess, explored is never a good word, but or highlighted, but writing does something to lay bare those things that we have, had to navigate, and many before us. So yeah, that's really lovely. Thank you, Hania, for sharing. Let's have Anika, and then we can wrap up with Zoya.
Yeah, I was thinking about this one. This is, I think, a very tough question, really, to answer. I think in my poetry, I'm generally kind of trying to just write about moments and to try to speak from moments, and just to see or glimpse what they are trying to say to us. I think in essays and creative nonfiction, I try to extract meaning from moments. And that's why I'm so uncomfortable with nonfiction and my essays as a genre. And I think I'm trying to learn how to be more poetic in my essays, which is very difficult for me because I think all of us actually have various trainings. And I think I know that Hania teaches as well. And I know that Zoya also, I believe, has these kind of multiple identities as educationalist. Yes, also, right? Like and also writer. So I'm just thinking, like, basically, this anthropologist, historian, etc. self wants to analyze everything and wants to explain everything away. And the writer self is more like, okay, let's just sit with this. And I just want to see things as they are and perhaps just acknowledge them. And that itself is so significant. So I think I'm trying to find how to do both with this kind of space of a creative nonfiction essay. And as a theme, I think one of the things that keeps coming up in my work these days is just this thing of adulting and being in your 30s and feeling as a woman that in so many ways your life is suddenly anchored and stable in a way that it was before. And there are boundaries set up by practices such as marriage, children, etc. And every boundary holds something in and it also holds something out. Right? So I think that very interesting how women, I hope I haven't lost the connection again, but how women push against that boundary in their writing and try to just kind of access other spaces or kind of probe like the limits of what freedom means within those boundaries. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, so many great women writers do that, right? Like honor those like very everyday moments, and sit with them while also, being able to analyze. I think that both things are so important. I recently was reading Grace Paley, and I think that she's such an interesting writer. Like she really talks about all of these sorts of moments, like even as a mother, as a wife, so many of her characters are, in these roles performing to an extent. And she really articulates those moments so beautifully, while also always gesturing to like the larger power dynamic that is, at play. So I find that writing is so urgent, and so happy that you are also taking up the mantle. But yeah, let's end with Zoya. Yeah, Zoya, what are you writing towards?
I think if I'm being very honest, I would say the idea to write itself, to find the time and push myself to write first of all, because I think uh, I'm glad that I do get some opportunities where I can write without being stressed out about submissions and this race to like just do it for the sake of doing it, because I think when that happens and I'm unable to like write the way I would like to, there's that. But also I think that as someone who is also a journalist and who has been a journalist for a very long time, like an active reporter, what happened was that something broke, in the sense like because I was writing every day and I was like not supposed to write features, and like you have to like literally weave stories, and then they also are like about people going through so much and then because there's so much misery, and that and then you also consume so much. What happens is like because when you're writing, let's suppose a short story or even like a piece of non-fiction, it doesn't have to be fiction, uh it has to like have this soul or like something which like which knows that, or something which I can own, or it's something I have written, you can like feel that way. But I think because I spent so much time in newsrooms and like in journalism, that I became like I think I got really far from that. So now just the idea to be able to write, or to be able to just even like create any art, like be even paint, just to go out and read a book or like read and like write, I think that's something I'm like personally striving towards. And when it comes to themes, I think what Hanya said as well. So archiving is something I'm like really obsessed with now, because I got to read about it a lot in my masters, and I think that's something which I want to archive, and I want to archive the mundane, like not something which is like very, let's say, much out there, like in terms of like news stories or something like that, but like more like how our practices or like how everyday happens, and it can be like journaling, it can be like uh taking a photo, or like just like or just observing, and then archiving it in a very simple way. So I think that's something I want to do, and that's something I have been like looking forward to a lot. I've been buying a lot of journals and pens, not that it's helping me in any way, but I think that's something I would want to do. I want to archive. Thanks.
So lovely. I think that it was Gloria Anzaldúa who said that we have to write, third world women writers have to write in order to remember what others want us to forget, and archiving is such a big part of that. So thank you, Zoya. What a lovely note to end on, and thank you so much to all the panelists. Really appreciate everybody taking out the time. I know it's late in Pakistan, so we can end there. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you, Sabine, for organizing.
Thank you so much, Amna, Hania, Zoya, Anika, for this lovely conversation. And that's a wrap from us. Thank you, everyone, for attending, participating. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it was really lovely. This was an incredible opportunity. I think so much for the reinforcing. Thanks, Anna, for moderating, and thanks for this space with me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Sorry, I think my internet has also started lagging now, so I've turned my video off. But thank you so much, and best of luck for the second day, Sabine. I'm sure it'll go swimmingly.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. I think we can sign up. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.